simbolo. Basta sa Pilipino, grabe na pinagdaanan, pero lahat nilagpasan. Ginawang pain kung saan-saan, kwadro alas lang sa kalam. Sa loob sa labas ng lona, easy work lang yan kay tata. Kahit ano pang tirada, hindi kumurang pa mga mata. Kasi si Casimero, maangas pero may puso, hindi siya papagano. Halikaw, pag tumatawag na mula, mga pinaw niya, isang bala. Halik sa lona, hindi umaatras. Wala kang choice, takbo ka na. Let's go! Siya, hindi pa wala ka na magagawa. Pag di naman ako kayo kapahalinawa. Pag nasipan mo na wala ka na magagawa. Pag di naman ako kayo kapahalinawa. Siya, hindi pa wala ka na magagawa. Pag di naman ako kayo kapahalinawa. Pag nasipan mo na wala ka na magagawa. Pag di naman ako kayo kapahalinawa.
Suntok sa langit, mananalasan. Di mo to pilitin na pagdirin. Ang lahat pagsubok ay kakayanin. Basta't maangas, pero puso agad.
He is the reigning and defending IBF flyweight champion of the world from Ormoc City, Philippines, Escuadro Alas, John Riel Yesamero.
Cuatro alas, John Riel Casimero. Cuatro alas, John Riel Casimero. Itataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas. Itaas, itaas. Inis ko ang kahirapan upang maabot ang pangarap na aking kamtan. Itataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas. Itaas, itaas. Paninindigan na ang bawat laban ay alay ko sa aking mga kababayan. I've scoped the battlefield, made my opponents yield. Climbed up the ladder for better, whatever the ordeal. Pinsan walang makain, nung ako'y simula pa lamang. Sa bawat kanin na bahaw ang nagsilbi kong ulam. I told myself no, dedicated to work hard in the gym. Train twice a day and pray to the Lord when life got dim. Patunay ako sa harapan ninyo na ang hangarin ay kaya mabuo. Ako at ikaw, wag lang bibitaw. Kinaya ko to, kaya mo rin galaw. Itataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas. Itaas, itaas. Inis ko ang kahirapan upang maabot ang pangarap na aking kamtan. Itataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas. Itaas, itaas. Paninindigan na ang bawat laban ay alay ko sa aking mga kababayan. He's a kid from a place called Ormoc City, determined to win. He has traveled the world fighting for his country. Dala-dala ang tapang ng Pinoy. Kailangan lahat ng negatibong pananaw itaboy. Kaya't pag sinabi kong Pinoy, sumigaw ng malakas ng hoy! Hoy! Itataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas. Itaas, itaas. Inis ko ang kahirapan upang maabot ang pangarap na aking kamtan. Itataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas. Itaas, itaas. Paninindigan na ang bawat laban ay alay ko sa aking mga kababayan.
Ano lang ibigay ng Panginoon sa akin na kung magigiba tayong Manny Pacquiao sa susunod, then si Lord na lang talaga bahala kung ano talagang ibigay niya sa akin.
The 3-weight division world champion and the reigning WBO Bantamweight Champion of the World, introducing John Riel Casimero.
City, Philippines, Escuadro Alas, John Riel Casimero.
Angas na Pinas, Cuadro Alas, gamit kamao, ang lakas ng kamao. Pilipino, Pilipino, may tapang ng Pinoy, John Riel Casimero. Angas na Pinas, Cuadro Alas, gamit kamao, ang lakas ng kamao. Pilipino, Pilipino, may tapang ng Pinoy, John Riel Casimero. Marami ng pinagdaanan mula bata, sanay sa kahirapan, kaya hindi na nga siya basta-basta. Pinatibay ng panahon, pinatatag sa hamon ng buhay, ilang beses na pumalag. Batang ormok na may pangarap na parang agila, kamaoy parang leon, tigre naman sa kabila. At hindi basta-basta bumabagsak, mas lalo pang lumalakas kapag nasasaktan. Ilang beses nang dinaya ng kalaban, pero pinatunayan kayang manalo sa malinis na paraan. Dami mang naging hadap pero kinaya boy at tinaboy, dahil hindi sumusuko ang puso ng isang Pinoy. Ganyan ang kampyon, tunay at lehitimo, tunay na halimo pagdating sa entablado. Kamao sa kamao, lakas sa lakas, saludo at respeto sa angas na Pinas. Angas na Pinas, Cuadro Alas, gamit kamao, ang lakas ng kamao. Pilipino, Pilipino, may tapang ng Pinoy, John Riel Casimero. Angas na Pinas, Cuadro Alas, gamit kamao, ang lakas ng kamao. Pilipino, Pilipino, may tapang ng Pinoy, John Riel Casimero. Kung sinong kalaban, di aatrasan, tatapusin kung anong sinimulan. Bakbakan sa bayan, wasakan, matira matibay hanggang katapusan. Isugal mo ng lahat, siya nang bahala, di mo na kailangang humiling sa mga tala. Taob kahit angari na may pares na kasama. Cuadro Alas, boy, matibay na baraha. Parang si Akuma pag nag-blackout na, sigurado ang kalaban, knockout na. Hindi umaayaw na sa dugo ang katapangan, ngunit merong busilak na puso kang hahangaan. Ganyan ang kampyon, tunay at lehitimo, tunay na halimo pagdating sa entablado. Kamao sa kamao, lakas sa lakas, saludo at respeto sa angas na Pinas. Angas na Pinas, Cuadro Alas, gamit kamao, ang lakas ng kamao. Pilipino, Pilipino, may tapang ng Pinoy, John Riel Casimero. Angas na Pinas, Cuadro Alas, gamit kamao, ang lakas ng kamao. Pilipino, Pilipino, may tapang ng Pinoy, John Riel Casimero. Angas na Pinas, Cuadro Alas, gamit kamao, ang lakas ng kamao. Pilipino, Pilipino, may tapang ng Pinoy, John Riel Casimero. Angas na Pinas, Cuadro Alas, gamit kamao, ang lakas ng kamao. Pilipino, Pilipino, may tapang ng Pinoy, John Riel Casimero.
Exclusive.
Ilabas ang alas ng Pinas, John Riel Casimero ang pinakamalakas. Ito ang panahon, di lang to nagkataon, ginising mo na naman ang natutulog na leon. Ilabas ang alas ng Pinas, Cuadro Alas, bawat suntok mo ay likas. Ito ang panahon, di lang to nagkataon, isang Pinoy na naman ang muling magkakampyon. Kinuhin na ang pahina, di na to nagpahinga. Marami man nagsabi na di mo to kaya, di ba? Pero di sumuko, lalo pang umabante, lalo pang dumiskarte at sa ring umatake. Ang bawat suntok na parang bang isang makina, nag-i-ignite ang bawat punch, pultak ang stamina. Di mo to mapipigilan, focus mo ang camera, solid na himeka para bang kinakameha. Oo, masakit no, malupit to, Casimero, Pilipinong boksingero. Pag nanakito, sigurado, kung hindi decision, malamang TKO. For aces of the Philippines, you're the one, you're the king, you're the next to Manny Pac. Road warrior in the ring, bilib kami lahat sa'yo. Tuloy mo lang ang laban to, kasama mo kaming lalaban saan masulok ng mundo. Bas ang alas ng Pinas, John Riel Casimero ang pinakamalakas. lamang naririnig kundi pangalan mo. Sinisigaw na kaya mo yan, ilaban mo para sa ating karangalan, kakayanin mo to. Minsan ka nang dinaya pero di ka nagpasakop, ni hindi mo pinansin kahit na nakakatakot. Pinairal mo pa rin, katapangan mo taglay, na kahit saan man dumako pilit mong pinapanday. Ang mga kombinasyon na iyong pinagsikapan, dahan-dahang binuo, gumuhit ng kapalaran. Ilang beses mang siraan ni hindi nagpa-apekto, mas lalo nag-apoy, tumutunaw ng asero. Pangil sa pangil, matira kung may matira, haring leyon sa kagubatan at walang iba. Ilabas nyo ang alas para sa Pinas, para sa Pinas. Cuadro, ilabas ang alas ng Pinas, Janel kasi merong ang pinakamalakas. Ito ang panahon, di lang to nagkataon, ginising mo na naman ang natutulog na leyon. Ilabas ang alas ng Pinas, Cuadro, alas bawat sundok mo ay likas. Ito ang panahon, di lang to nagkataon, isang Pinoy na naman na muling magkakampiyon. Ilabas ang alas ng Pinas, Janel kasi merong ang pinakamalakas. Ito ang panahon, di lang to nagkataon, ginising mo na naman ang natutulog na leyon. Ilabas ang alas ng Pinas, Cuadro, alas bawat sundok mo ay likas. Ito ang panahon, di lang to nagkataon, isang Pinoy na naman na muling magkakampiyon. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang angking tapang at galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang angking tapang at galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang aking tapang at galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang aking tapang at galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Nandito na siya at siya ang mitsa, hudyat para ang lahat magsigalaw na. Ngayon ang panahon para magkaisa at ang husay ng Pinoy maipakita. At kay Donaire, yun ang kanyang adikain para lahat ng Pilipino pagsamahin. Sang bigis, sang dikit, sang lahi para kahirapan ay mabawi. The Filipino Flash! Bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang aking tapang at galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Simbolo, tunay na tagumpay sa hamon ng buhay, ehemplo ang bigay. Huwag isipin na ika'y nag-iisa sa araw-araw na pagsubok, siya'y kasama. At kapag nagduda ka sa kakayanan mo, panoorin mo lang mga galaw ni Nonito. Bawat suntok ng kama o bawat bitaw, sa laban tulad niya di umayaw. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang aking tapang at galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang aking tapang at galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang aking tapang at galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang aking tapang at galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang aking tapang at galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Di ako natatakot sa hamon ng buhay, pagkat meron sa aking gumagabay. Pilit kong naakyatin, ako
sa Pilipino. Marami na pinagdaanan pero lahat nilagpasan. Ginawang pain kung saan-saan, kwadro alas lang sa kalam. Sa loob sa labas ng lona, isiwag lang yan kay tata. Kahit ano pang tirada, hindi umurang pa mga mata. Kasi si Casimero, maangas pero may puso, hindi siya papagalo. Halinaw, pag tumatawag na nila, mga pitaw niya, isang parang halik sa lona. Hindi umaatras, wala kang choice, takbo ka na. Let's go! Siya, hindi pa wala ka nang magagawa. Pag ginawa ko, kayo ka pa halinawa. Pag pa wala ka nang magagawa. Pag ginawa ko, kayo ka pa halinawa. Siya, hindi pa wala ka nang magagawa. Pag ginawa ko, kayo ka pa halinawa. Pag wala ka nang magagawa. Pag ginawa ko, kayo ka pa halinawa.
Suntok sa langit, mararanasan. Di mo to pilitin ang pagdilim. Mga pagsubok ay kakayanin. Basta't maangas, pero puso agad.
He is the reigning and defending IBF Flyweight Champion of the World from Ormoc City, Philippines, Escuadro Alas, John Riel Yesamero.
Alas, John Riel Casimero. John Riel Casimero. Itataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas. Itaas, itaas. Iis ko ang kahirapan upang maabot ang pangarap na aking kamtan. Itataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas. Itaas, itaas. Paninindigan na ang bawat laban ay alay ko sa aking mga kababayan. I've scoped the battlefield, made my opponents yield. Climbed up the ladder for better, whatever the ordeal. Pinsan walang makain, nung ako'y simula pa lamang. Sa bawat kanin na bahaw ang nagsilbi kong ulam. I told myself no, dedicated to work hard in the gym. Train twice a day and pray to the Lord when life got dim. Patunay ako sa harapan ninyo na ang hangarin ay kaya mabuo. Ako at ikaw, wag lang bibitaw. Kinaya ko to, kaya mo rin galaw. Itataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas. Itaas, itaas. Iis ko ang kahirapan upang maabot ang pangarap na aking kamtan. Itataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas. Itaas, itaas. Paninindigan na ang bawat laban ay alay ko sa aking mga kababayan. He's a kid from a place called Ormoc City, determined to win. He has traveled the world fighting for his country. Dala-dala ang tapang ng Pinoy. Kailangan lahat ng negatibong pananaw itaboy. Kaya't pag sinabi kong Pinoy, sumigaw ng malakas ng hoy! Hoy! Itataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas. Itaas, itaas. Iis ko ang kahirapan upang maabot ang pangarap na aking kamtan. Itataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas. Itaas, itaas. Paninindigan na ang bawat laban ay alay ko sa aking mga kababayan.
Ano lang ibigay ng Panginoon sa akin na kung magiging tayong Manny Pacquiao sa susunod, then si Lord na lang talaga bahala kung ano talaga ibigay niya sa akin.
The three-weight division world champion and the reigning WBO bantamweight champion of the world, Introducing John Riel Casimero.
City, Philippines, Escuadro Alas, John Riel, Casimero.
Angas na Pinas, Cuadro Alas, gamit kamao, ang lakas ng kamao. Pilipino, Pilipino, may tapang ng Pinoy, John Riel Casimero. Angas na Pinas, Cuadro Alas, gamit kamao, ang lakas ng kamao. Pilipino, Pilipino, may tapang ng Pinoy, John Riel Casimero. Marami ng pinagdaanan mula bata, sanay sa kahirapan, kaya hindi na nga siya basta-basta. Pinatibay ng panahon, pinatatag sa hamon ng buhay, ilang beses nang pumalag. Batang ormok na may pangarap na parang agila, kamaoy parang leon, tigre naman sa kabila. At hindi basta-basta bumabagsak, mas lalo pang lumalakas kapag nasasaktan. Ilang beses nang dinaya ng kalaban, pero pinatunayan kayang manalo sa malinis na paraan. Dami mang naging hadlang pero kinaya boy at tinaboy, dahil hindi sumusuko ang puso ng isang Pinoy. Ganyan ang kampiyon, tunay at lehitimo, tunay na halimo pagdating sa entablado. Kamao sa kamao, lakas sa lakas, saludo at respeto sa angas na Pinas. Angas na Pinas, Cuadro Alas, gamit kamao, ang lakas ng kamao. Pilipino, Pilipino, may tapang ng Pinoy, John Riel Casimero. Angas na Pinas, Cuadro Alas, gamit kamao, ang lakas ng kamao. Pilipino, Pilipino, may tapang ng Pinoy, John Riel Casimero. Kahit sinong kalaban, di aatrasan, tatapusin kung anong sinimulan. Bakbakan sa bayan, wasakan, matira matibay hanggang katapusan. Isugal mo ng lahat, siya nang bahala, di mo na kailangang humiling sa mga tala. Taob kahit angari na may pares na kasama. Cuadro Alas, boy, matibay na baraha, parang si Akuma pag nag-blackout na. Sigurado ang kalaban, knockout na, hindi umaayaw na sa dugo ang katapangan. Ngunit merong busilak na puso kang hahangaan. Ganyan ang kampiyon, tunay at lehitimo, tunay na halimo pagdating sa entablado. Kamao sa kamao, lakas sa lakas, saludo at respeto sa angas na Pinas. Angas na Pinas, Cuadro Alas, gamit kamao, ang lakas ng kamao. Pilipino, Pilipino, may tapang ng Pinoy, John Riel Casimero. Angas na Pinas, Cuadro Alas, gamit kamao, ang lakas ng kamao. Pilipino, Pilipino, may tapang ng Pinoy, John Riel Casimero. Angas na Pinas, Cuadro Alas, gamit kamao, ang lakas ng kamao. Pilipino, Pilipino, may tapang ng Pinoy, John Riel Casimero. Angas na Pinas, Cuadro Alas, gamit kamao, ang lakas ng kamao. Pilipino, Pilipino, may tapang ng Pinoy, John Riel Casimero.
Exclusive.
Ilabas ang alas ng Pinas, John Riel Casimero ang pinakamalakas. Ito ang panahon, di lang to nagkataon, ginising mo na naman ang natutulog na leon. Ilabas ang alas ng Pinas, Cuadro Alas, bawat suntok mo ay likas. Ito ang panahon, di lang to nagkataon, isang Pinoy na naman ang muling magkakampiyon. Kinuhin na ang pahina, di na to nagpahinga. Marami man nagsabi na di mo to kaya, di ba? Pero di sumuko, lalo pang umabante, lalo pang dumiskarte at sa ring umatake. Ang bawat suntok na parang ang isang makina, nag-i-ignite ang bawat punch, pultak ang stamina. Di mo to mapipigilan, focus mo ang camera, solid na himeka para bang kinakameha. Oh, masakit no, malupit to, Casimero, Pilipinong boksingero. Pag nanapito, sigurado, kung hindi decision, malamang TKO. For aces of the Philippines, you're the one, you're the king, you're the next to Manny Pac. Road warrior in the ring, bilib kami lahat sa'yo. Tuloy mo lang ang laban to, kasama mo kaming lalaban saan masulok ng mundo. Ilabas ang alas ng Pinas, John Riel Casimero ang pinakamalakas. Ito ikot ng mundo, walang ibang naririnig kundi pangalan mo. Sinisigaw na kaya mo yan, ilaban mo. Para sa ating karangalan, kakayanin mo to. Minsan ka nang dinaya pero di ka nagpasakop, ni hindi mo pinansin. Kahit na nakakatakot, pinairal mo pa rin. Katapangan mo taglay, na kahit saan man dumako, pilit mong pinapanday ang mga kombinasyon na iyong pinagsikapan. Dahan-dahang binuo, gumuhit ng kapalaran. Ilang beses mang siraan, ni hindi nagpa-apekto. Mas lalo nag-apoy, tumutunaw ng asero. Pangil sa pangil, matira kung may matira. Haring leyon sa kagubatan at walang iba. Ilabas nyo ang alas, para sa Pinas, para sa Pinas. Kwadro ilabas ang alas ng Pinas. Janel kasi merong ang pinakamalakas. Ito ang panahon, di lang to nagkataon. Ginising mo na naman ang natutulog na leyon. Ilabas ang alas ng Pinas. Kwadro alas, bawat sundok mo ay likas. Ito ang panahon, di lang to nagkataon. Isang Pinoy na naman na muling magkakampiyon. Ilabas ang alas ng Pinas. Janel kasi merong ang pinakamalakas. Ito ang panahon, di lang to nagkataon. Ginising mo na naman ang natutulog na leyon. Ilabas ang alas ng Pinas. Kwadro alas, bawat sundok mo ay likas. Ito ang panahon, di lang to nagkataon. Isang Pinoy na naman na muling magkakampiyon. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang angking tapang at galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang angking tapang at galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang angking tapang na galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang angking tapang na galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Dito na siya at siya ang mitsa. Hudyat para ang lahat magsigalaw na. Ngayon ang panahon para magkaisa at ang husay ng Pinoy maipakita. At kay Donaire, yun ang kanyang adikain para lahat ng Pilipino pagsamahin. Sang bigis, sang dikit, sang lahi para kahirapan ay mabawi. The Filipino bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang angking tapang na galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Simbolo, tunay na tagumpay sa hamon ng buhay, ehemplo ang bigay. Huwag isipin na ika'y nag-iisa sa araw-araw ng pagsubok, siya'y kasama. At kapag nagduda ka sa kakayanan mo, panoorin mo lang mga galaw ni Nonito. Bawat suntok na kama o bawat bitaw, sa laban tulad niya di umayaw. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang angking tapang na galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang angking tapang na galing ng bayan niya. The
para sa Pilipino. Marami na pinagdaanan pero lahat nilagpasan. Ginawang pain kung saan-saan, kwadro alas lang sa kalam. Sa loob sa labas ng lona, isiwag lang yan kay tata. Kahit ano pang tirada, hindi umura pa mga mata. Kasi si Casimero, maangas pero may puso, hindi siya papagalo. Halinaw, pag tumataw, magdamula, mga pilaw niya, isang bala. Halik sa lona, hindi umaatras. Wala kang choice, takbo ka na. Let's go! Siya, hindi pa wala ka na magagawa. Pag di naman ako kayo kapahalinawa. Pag nakipan mo na wala ka na magagawa. Pag di naman ako kayo kapahalinawa. Siya, hindi pa wala ka na magagawa. Pag di naman ako kayo kapahalinawa. Pag nakipan mo na wala ka na magagawa. Pag di naman ako kayo kapahalinawa.
Suntok sa langit, mananalasan. Di mo to pilitin ang pag-ibig. Mga pagsubok ay di kakayanin. Basta't maangas, pero puso agad.
He is the reigning and defending IBF flyweight champion of the world from Ormoc City, Philippines, Escuadro Alas, John Riel. Yes,
Cuatro alas, John Riel, Casimero. Cuatro alas, John Riel, Casimero. Itataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas. Itaas, itaas. Inis ko ang kahirapan upang maabot ang pangarap na aking kamtan. Itataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas. Itaas, itaas. Paninindigan na ang bawat laban ay alay ko sa aking mga kababayan. I've scoped the battlefield, made my opponents yield. Climbed up the ladder for better, whatever the ordeal. Pinsan walang makain, nung ako'y simula pa lamang. Sa bawat kanin na bahaw ang nagsilbi kong ulam. I told myself no, dedicated to work hard in the gym. Train twice a day and pray to the Lord when life got dim. Patunay ako sa harapan ninyo na ang hangarin ay kaya mabuo. Ako at ikaw, wag lang bibitaw. Kinaya ko to, kaya mo rin galaw. Itataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas. Itaas, itaas. Inis ko ang kahirapan upang maabot ang pangarap na aking kamtan. Itataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas. Itaas, itaas. Paninindigan na ang bawat laban ay alay ko sa aking mga kababayan. He's a kid from a place called Ormoc City, determined to win. He has traveled the world fighting for his country. Dala-dala ang tapang ng Pinoy. Kailangan lahat ng negatibong pananaw itaboy. Kaya't pag sinabi kong Pinoy, sumigaw ng malakas ng hoy! Hoy! Itataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas. Itaas, itaas. Inis ko ang kahirapan upang maabot ang pangarap na aking kamtan. Itataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas. Itaas, itaas. Paninindigan na ang bawat laban ay alay ko sa aking mga kababayan.
Ano lang ibigay ng Panginoon sa akin na kung magigiba tayong Manny Pacquiao sa susunod, then si Lord na lang talaga bahala kung ano talagang ibigay niya sa akin.
The 3-weight division world champion and the reigning WBO Atomweight Champion of the world, introducing John Riel Casimero.
City, Philippines, Escuadro Alas, John Riel Casimero.
Angas na Pinas, Cuadro Alas, gamit kamao, ang lakas ng kamao. Pilipino, Pilipino, may tapang ng Pinoy, John Riel Casimero. Angas na Pinas, Cuadro Alas, gamit kamao, ang lakas ng kamao. Pilipino, Pilipino, may tapang ng Pinoy, John Riel Casimero. Marami ng pinagdaanan mula bata, sanay sa kahirapan, kaya hindi na nga siya basta-basta. Pinatibay ng panahon, pinatatag sa hamon ng buhay, ilang beses na pumalag. Batang ormok na may pangarap na parang agila, kamaoy parang leon, tigre naman sa kabila. At hindi basta-basta bumabagsak, mas lalo pang lumalakas kapag nasasaktan. Ilang beses nang dinaya ng kalaban, pero pinatunayan kayang manalo sa malinis na paraan. Dami mang naging hadlang pero kinaya boy at tinaboy, dahil hindi sumusuko ang puso ng isang Pinoy. Ganyan ang kampiyon, tunay at lehitimo, tunay na halimo pagdating sa entablado. Kamao sa kamao, lakas sa lakas, saludo at respeto sa angas na Pinas. Angas na Pinas, Cuadro Alas, gamit kamao, ang lakas ng kamao. Pilipino, Pilipino, may tapang ng Pinoy, John Riel Casimero. Angas na Pinas, Cuadro Alas, gamit kamao, ang lakas ng kamao. Pilipino, Pilipino, may tapang ng Pinoy, John Riel Casimero. Kung sinong kalaban, di aatrasan, tatapusin kung anong sinimulan. Bakbakan sa bayan, wasakan, matira matibay hanggang katapusan. Isugal mo ng lahat, siya nang bahala, di mo na kailangang humiling sa mga tala. Taob kahit ang ari na may pares na kasama. Cuadro Alas, boy, matibay na baraha, parang si Akuma pag nag-blackout na. Sigurado ang kalaban, knockout na. Hindi umaayaw na sa dugo ang katapangan, ngunit merong busilak na puso kang hahangaan. Ganyan ang kampiyon, tunay at lehitimo, tunay na halimo pagdating sa entablado. Kamao sa kamao, lakas sa lakas, saludo at respeto sa angas na Pinas. Angas na Pinas, Cuadro Alas, gamit kamao, ang lakas ng kamao. Pilipino, Pilipino, may tapang ng Pinoy, John Riel Casimero. Angas na Pinas, Cuadro Alas, gamit kamao, ang lakas ng kamao. Pilipino, Pilipino, may tapang ng Pinoy, John Riel Casimero. Angas na Pinas, Cuadro Alas, gamit kamao, ang lakas ng kamao. Pilipino, Pilipino, may tapang ng Pinoy, John Riel Casimero. Angas na Pinas, Cuadro Alas, gamit kamao, ang lakas ng kamao. Pilipino, Pilipino, may tapang ng Pinoy, John Riel Casimero.
Exclusive.
Ilabas ang alas ng Pinas, John Riel Casimero ang pinakamalakas. Ito ang panahon, di lang to nagkataon, ginising mo na naman ang natutulog na leon. Ilabas ang alas ng Pinas, Cuadro Alas, bawat suntok mo ay likas. Ito ang panahon, di lang to nagkataon, isang Pinoy na naman ang muling magkakampiyon. Kinuhit na ang pahina, di na to nagpahinga. Marami man nagsabi na di mo to kaya, di ba? Pero di sumuko, lalo pang umabante, lalo pang dumiskarte at saring umatake. Ang bawat suntok na parang bang isang makina, nag-i-ignite ang bawat punch, pultak ang stamina. Di mo to mapipigilan, focus mo ang camera, solid na himig ang para bang kinakamiha. Oh, masakit no, malupit to, Casimero, Pilipinong boksingero. Pag nanakito, sigurado, kung hindi decision, malamang TKO. For aces of the Philippines, you're the one, you're the king, you're the next to Manny Pacquiao. Road warrior in the ring, bilib kami lahat sa'yo. Tuloy mo lang ang laban to, kasama mo kaming lalabas pangalan mo. Sinisigaw na kaya mo yan, ilaban mo. Para sa ating karangalan, kakayanin mo to. Minsan ka nang dinaya pero di ka nagpasakop, ni hindi mo pinansin. Kahit na nakakatakot, pinairal mo pa rin. Katapangan mo taglay, na kahit saan man dumako, pilit mong pinapanday. Ang mga kombinasyon na iyong pinagsikapan, dahan-dahang binuo, gumuhit ng kapalaran. Ilang beses mang siraan, ni hindi nagpa-apekto. Mas lalo nag-apoy, tumutunaw ng asero. Pangil sa pangil, matira kung may matira. Haring leyon sa kagubatan at walang iba. Ilabas nyo ang alas, para sa Pinas, para sa Pinas. Cuando ilabas ang alas ng Pinas, Jalmel kasi merong ang pinakamalakas. Ito ang panahon, di lang to nagkataon. Ginising mo na naman na natutulog na leyon. Ilabas ang alas ng Pinas, Cuadro alas, bawat sundok mo ay likas. Ito ang panahon, di lang to nagkataon. Isang Pinoy na naman na muling magkakampiyon. Ilabas ang alas ng Pinas, Jalmel kasi merong ang pinakamalakas. Ito ang panahon, di lang to nagkataon. Ginising mo na naman na natutulog na leyon. Ilabas ang alas ng Pinas, Cuadro alas, bawat sundok mo ay likas. Ito ang panahon, di lang to nagkataon. Isang Pinoy na naman na muling magkakampiyon. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang angking tapang at galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang angking tapang at galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang aking tapang at galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang aking tapang at galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Dito na siya at siya ang mitsa, hudyat para ang lahat magsigalaw na. Ngayon ang panahon para magkaisa at ang husay ng Pinoy maipakita. At kay Donaire, yun ang kanyang adikain para lahat ng Pilipino pagsamahin. Sang bikis, sang dikit, sang lahi, para kahirapan ay mabawi. The Filipino Bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang aking tapang at galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Simbolo, tunay na tagumpay sa hamon ng buhay, ehemplo ang bigay. Huwag isipin na ika'y nag-iisa sa araw-araw ng pagsubok, siya'y kasama. At kapag nagduda ka sa kakayanan mo, panoorin mo lang mga galaw ni Nonito. Bawat suntok ng kama o bawat bitaw, sa laban tulad niya di umayaw. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang aking tapang at galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang aking tapang at galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang aking tapang at galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang aking tapang at galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Pilipinas, nandito na siya upang kanyang ipakita ang aking tapang at galing ng bayan niya. The Filipino Flash! Di ako natatakot sa hamon ng buhay, pagkat meron sa aking gumagabay. Pilit kong naakit Suntok sa hangin ang mararanasan. Hindi mo to pilipin, aputin. Mga pagsubok ay kakayanin. Basta't maangas, pero puso wagas. Ayoko nang magsalita kung walang magagawa. Simple lang ang payo ko sa'yo. Subukan mong umanat, subukan mong lumaban. Baka sakaling meron kang tamaan. Suntok sa hangin ang mararanasan. Hindi mo to pilitin, abutin. Mga pagsubok ay kakayanin. Basta't maangas, pero puso
Wagas ang kanyang puso,
wagas.
angas ang siyang sisimbolo. Basta sa Pilipino, grabe na pinagdaanan, pero lahat nilagpasan. Ginawang pain kung saan saan, kwadro alas ng sakalam. Sa loob sa labas ng lona, isiwag lang yan kay tata. Kahit ano pang tirada, hindi umura pa mga bata. Kasi si Casimero, maangas pero may puso, hindi siya papagalo. Halinaw, pag tumatawag lang, mga pilaw niya, isang bala. Halik sa lona, hindi umaatras. Wala kang choice, takbo ka na. Let's go! Siya, hindi pa wala ka nang magagawa. Pag di naman ako kayo kapahalinawa. Pag-asipan mo na wala ka nang magagawa. Pag di naman ako kayo kapahalinawa. Siya, hindi pa wala ka nang magagawa. Pag di naman ako kayo kapahalinawa. Pag-asipan mo na wala ka nang magagawa. Pag di naman ako kayo kapahalinawa.
Suntok sa hangin mararanasan. Hindi mo to pilitin, aputin. Mga pagsubok ay kakayanin. Basta't maangas, pero puso wagas.
He is the reigning and defending IBF flyweight champion of the world from Ormoc City, Philippines, Escuadro Alas, John Riel. Yes,
Cuatro alas, John Riel, Casimero. Cuatro alas, John Riel, Casimero. Itataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas. Itaas, itaas. Inis ko ang kahirapan upang maabot ang pangarap na aking kamtan. Itataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas. Itaas, itaas. Paninindigan na ang bawat laban ay alay ko sa aking mga kababayan.
I've scoped the battlefield, made my opponents yield. Climbed up the ladder for better, whatever the ordeal. Pinsan walang makain, nung ako'y simula pa lamang. Sa bawat kanin na bahaw ang nagsilbi kong ulam. I told myself no, dedicated to work hard in the gym. Train twice a day and pray to the Lord when life got dim. Patunay ako sa harapan ninyo na ang hangarin ay kaya mabuo. Ako at ikaw, wag lang bibitaw. Kinaya ko to, kaya mo rin galaw.
Itataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas.
Itaas, itaas.
Inis ko ang kahirapan upang maabot ang pangarap na aking kamtan. Itataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas.
Yo, this is Mandirigma, ang channel na maaangas, mababangis at patatapang. Here we go. Dito lang makita, aking ibabalita, lahat ng kaganapan sa inyo ipapakita. Lalaban ng patayan hanggang sa kamatayan, boksingerong Pilipino, lalaban na sa bayan yan. Put your hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up. Yo, this is Mandirigma once again.
One of the most extraordinary human library, a great cook, and a yacht skipper, and considered as a versatile person who lived in France, Mr. Nimwell, the monarch of history. A skilled dance choreographer, a brilliant songwriter, a phenomenal video editor, and a hairstylist. He was a person capable of doing great things. The pro graphic artist, Mandirigma.
Live mula sa Southern France at Metro Manila, ito ang West and East Duel.
Sound check.
Yeah, good morning,
Good
partner.
morning. Hi, good morning. And
Good
all of you
morning.
out there.
At saka mga kadigmaan natin dyan, good morning sa inyo. Maraming salamat sa pag-tune in. Kila Champion Highlights, kila Kuya Au, good morning sa inyo. Sila Ala, yeah. Dito rin pala si Sir Stephen, Catman for Aces. Maraming salamat, Sir Stephen. Good morning. Saka si Kadigmang Riggs Heart. So, partner, kumusta yung ano natin dyan? Medyo maaga pa tayo dyan,
Yeah, it's 4 o'clock in the morning here.
Mm.
So I would like to say and good morning to Sir Warren Mosinabre, Sir Dax Espejo, Sir Jay, Sir Marlo, Ma'am Carmen, Sir Edmar, Sir Entoy, Rugby Boy, Sir Rugby Boy, and No Curfew, and Sir Mapi Pulos, good, and Joel, Sir Joel Metoda, good morning to all of us.
Si Honda Beast, good morning, good morning. Maraming salamat sa inyo mga kadigma sa pag-antabay. So hindi na natin patagalin, partner, yung ating suki na natin na guest host, no, na walang iba ay si Chico Bandido.
Isang aktor at respetadong manunulat.
Desperately and gave my heart another chance. And it began once more.
At filmmaker sa loob at labas ng bansa.
Your boss, he said he didn't cut.
Ipinamalas ang kanyang angking galing sa kanyang mga obra. Diego Bandido, mula sa Maharlika, Mahal Kita Podcast.
Good morning, Bro Jakes. Good morning.
So, good morning sa lahat. Kuya Nimuel and Mandirigma, of course. Thank you for inviting me. And
Good morning.
Good morning sa lahat na nakikinig ngayon. And I hope you guys have fun. And i-welcome natin si ang panauhin natin mamaya.
Yeah, very excited na rin ako sa ating panauhin. No? Napaka-espesyal. Straight from the US, San Diego, California.
Yeah. Iba to.
So
Yeah.
this is
Iba
the
yung
first
kalibre.
time that we're not gonna use Tagalog.
Ah.
Pure English. So I'm going to stress out all my vocabulary in English, man.
Yeah.
Si Kuya
I am
Stephen,
very
nandito ba?
excited.
Hindi ba tayo
Mamaya,
sasamahan?
akyat ata siya. Yeah, akyat siguro siya.
Wow. Wonderful.
So siguro i-open na rin natin yung no, bibigyan na rin natin ng invitation yung ating guest na si Chad Macias.
Alright.
I-ano nyo muna yung mga ating mga kaligma dyan, partner Sir Nemuel. Say
Okay,
hi
I would
nyo
like
muna.
to say hi and good morning to my pamangkin, si Val Gival, Sir Edmar Barcel, Sir Rex Hart, Sir Marlo Pellegrino, Sir Ia Choi. Good morning sa lahat po sa inyo dyan.
Kumusta yung ating gising, Boss G, Bro Gico?
Ayun, naka-beauty rest ng maigi.
Yung ating ngayon, no? Yung ating guest ngayon talagang napakalupit ng kanyang credential, no?
Ibang klase, kapatid. 2 weeks ako ni-research ko talaga tong taong to.
Iba talaga, kakaiba. Ano
Ibang
siya?
klase, nagulat ako.
No. Physiologist yan ng Navy Special Warfare Command. So napakabigat. Sabi mo nga is to train to kill, ika nga. Yeah, medyo good luck kay Paul Butler.
Imagine mo, ikaw ang nagte-train ng mga taong, pumupunta doon para pumatay and in and out ng mabilis and efficiently. I mean, ganyang klaseng tao.
Kaya nga. And aside from that, siya pa yung mga Olympics, grabe talaga, marami siyang mga hawak na mga athletes talaga na di-kalibre, mga di-kalibre. Iba yung kanyang
world-class athletes.
World-class talaga. So, usap-usap muna tayo. Kumustahin muna natin yung ating mga kadigma dyan while we are waiting Chad Macias to come up. So, mga kadigma, excited na po ba kayo kung makilala yung ating new conditioning strength and conditioning coach ni Cuadro Alas, yung ating pambato na lalaban sa April 22 sa Liverpool. Kaya kabang-abang. Bago to kasi lagi isang lang yung madalas nating naririnig na conditioning coaches. So siguro i-mention na natin si Memo lang lagi, di ba? So this time we have Chad Macias, bago sa natin, sa pandinig natin. So kailangan natin
tayo kay Memo Heredia, kay Justin Fortune, and Alex Ariza, and of course, Rachel Donaire. Yun yung mga naririnig natin eh. I guess sa MMA world kasi to si meron siyang Terence Crawford and Maurice Hooker, but medyo hindi maingay yung dalawa, so hindi natin napapansin talaga. So they're outside of our radar. By the way, gusto ko lang batiin si attorney PH Boxing Corner. Shout out sa iyo. Dito na.
Shout out attorney Jan.
Shout out.
Yeah.
And also
Sir Stephen. Good morning, Sir Stephen.
Good morning, Yes Stephen.
Yeah.
Good morning, Kenemel, Kadigma.
Good morning.
Idol, Diego.
Kuya Stephen, buti andito ka. You're the only one who's qualified to ask questions about this guy. Kasi ni-research ko tong taon to, pinanood ko yung mga interviews niya. Na-realize ko, wow, ang bobo ko pala. Hindi ko nga ma-enunciate yung mga words, mga terms na ginagamit niya. Ibang klase.
Yeah, I know. Even me during Tata's training with him, he uses some words that I've never heard before. So yeah, so That would be nice if he can
Yeah, very interesting.
dissect and explain it to us. So
Siguro, kamustahin muna natin sila yun sa mga kadigma natin while waiting to Chad Macias.
yeah,
Yes.
kanina pwedeng bumati.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, Kenemuel. Binabati ko lang lahat ng mga taga-subaybay natin diyan, mga Cuadro Alas fans, lahat pati kay Cham Nonito Donaire. Shout out sa iyo, Cham Nonito, kay Cham Tata, of course, Ma'am Rachel. Tsaka yung mga SBD diyan, SBD lang sa Kalam. Bro Hermo,
Yun.
AJ, Batang Mindanao, Rugby Boys, Rugby Girls, lahat yan, Limpila, lahat po. At Pulverizer. Hindi ko na ma-mention lahat, hindi ko na mabanggit lahat. Kaya absensya na po. Huwag sana kayo magtampo ha.
Si Tigres. Mention ko lang si Tigres and si Desai.
Si Tigres.
Yung mga babae natin, mga muse natin.
Ma'am Divine, si Ma'am Carmen, si Coach Bigwa General,
King PH,
Etsoy 07.
Yeah, Miss K, Miss K, sila,
Miss
si ano
K.
rin, si Tisay, Hello Tisay. Mga ating mga Diyosa ng kagandahan sa Casimero team. Kaya yun, abang-abang lang. Maybe in just 3 minutes, andito na po si Chad Macias.
Yeah,
Alam mo,
you guys,
ito yung...
Go ahead, Diego.
Kuya
Sorry.
Stephen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ay, gusto ko lang ma-mention sandali na maswerte tayo na merong mga kababaihan na big boxing fans din talaga. Bihira lang kasi yan. Sana mas dumami pa kasi iba pag ang babae nagmahal at nagsumuporta, iba talaga. I'm feeling mo, kaya mong gawin kahit ano, di ba? Yan talaga yung bumubuhay ng loob ng mga kalalakihan katulad natin.
Exactly.
So, thank you. Malaking inspirasyon kaya.
Yes.
Kaya nga. Kila Pulverizer, no? Kung nandyan siya, shout out sa'yo, bro. Sila, mga SBD, shout out sa lahat ng mga taga-SBD dyan, lahat ng mga pinuno nila na sila AJ Paningbatan, sila Hermo TV, sila King PH at Batang Mindanao. Shout out sa inyo mga bro. Stay tuned lang, chill and enjoy the show. Kilalanin natin si Chad Macias. Partner.
No, Kuya Stephen, go ahead.
Yeah, you guys sa baba, you guys can ask question also. And then Kadigma or Kenemuel can read a question for, if you have any questions for Coach Chad, you guys can post your questions there, and then Kadigma or Kenemuel can ask Coach Chad, you know.
Yeah. Mega love shout out sa iyo, Miss Ana Vic.
Osina mo siya, Ohayo gozaimasu. Tropa natin from
Shout out sa inyo mga kadigma na laging na sumusuporta sa amin po dito sa Wisan is Duo. At saka pakisuportahan niyo rin po si Maharlika, Mahal Kita podcast po ni Jigo Bandido.
Thank you.
Ipa-plug niyo rin po kung kailan ba yung next LS mo Bro Jigs. Pwede mo silang plug mo na rin while we are waiting to Chad Macias.
Hindi ko pa alam kasi hinihintay ko pa yung agent ko na mag-book ng mga interviews. Kung kilala nyo si Brother Anthony Joaquin. Okay. Kilala niya lahat. Shout out sa iyo mo, bye.
Shout out sa iyo. Yeah. Sir Anthony, shout out sa iyo. Shout out sa iyo, bro. Sila Mafi, shout out sa iyo, Mafi. Sila Rosito Jr. Tsaka nakakatuwa, marami ako nakikita dito, partner, na mga bagong pangalan na nakatune in sa atin ngayon. Thank you so much mga kadigma sa patuloy na pagsuporta dito sa Western Isdo. Yes, Sir Stephen.
Yeah, also shout out din pala sa kay Kabad Max. Si Ice Master, shoutout sa inyo dyan. At saka si Mask May Alam, sir. Idol, shoutout sa
Mas
inyo.
may alam niya. Shout out. Boss Alan K, Boss Alan K, you can drop your question anytime. Pwede po kayo mag-ask ng question in English para din namin i-construct. Ah, yan. So inaantay lang natin partner, no?
Good
Talagang.
morning, Sir Skylar 06.
Uy,
Big
si
love
Skylar
shoutout.
andito.
Yan, Suki yan.
Good morning
Rugby
sa inyo.
Boy. Rugby Boy TV. Mega love shout out. Ma'am Divine Grace.
Yes, Ma'am Grace.
Gusto ko lang sabihin sandali I mean, I'm glad na nangyari tong mga bagay na to. I mean, lalo-lalo na dahil I give credit to Casimero also na pinapakita niya talaga yung training niya. And in the process, parang tayong lahat natututo kung ano yung what it takes to be a world champion, di ba? And then, na-educate din tayo. I mean, nagmamature na tayo mga Pilipino as boxing fans. And I'm glad this is happening.
Yeah.
So big credit kay Casimero and yung fans niya. Talagang without all of you guys, hindi tayo ma-educate. Hindi lalawak yung kaalaman natin tungkol dito sa boxing.
Boxing, yes. Lahat, no? Sa training, sa mga nangyayaring mga
business, politics.
Yeah. Nang dahil kay Champ Cuadro Alas, lahat nalalaman natin na ganito pala. Ganito pala kalawak.
Even yung legalities, buti
Yes,
andito
yes.
si buti andito si attorney para i-warn tayo kung ano yung ni-incriminate na natin yung sarili natin.
Talagang And dahil kay Cuadro Alas, lahat yun talagang lahat nga first time yan nangyayari sa Philippine boxing.
Yeah, back in the days, you don't see this. Thanks for the social media, though. Back in the days, we didn't see boxers training. We just see them during the fight on TV. That's it. That's it.
No. And shout out to Bigwas General from Jinsan, Tubol Promotion Represent. Shout out sa lahat ng mga boxers natin dyan sa Tubol Promotion, no?
Yeah. Pierre Vino.
Rugby Boy TV. Shout out sa iyo, brother.
Shout out din kay Rox Sebek. Mega love shout out sa iyo, sir.
Kuya Joseph, shout out. Yanku.
Yeah. Si Kuya Intoy, West and East Duo, kayo ang alamat ng Casimero fans. Alamat. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Marami naman na.
We are the living legend.
Wow, si Wilcher, Voice TV, walang absent. Talagang perfect attendance. Kaya salamat sa iyo, Kadigma. Maraming salamat sa inyo.
Si
Sir Skylar.
Dr. Alvin Vlog TV.
Wow, Miss Rachel, yes.
Yeah.
Hello, Miss Rachel. You want to join us?
Yeah, Mom Rachel she's a strength and conditioning coach too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, nakakatakot yata magpa-strength and conditioning coach kung babae. Parang I don't wanna see Ma'am Rachel na makita niya ako in a vulnerable position. Wala akong laban. Just kidding, Rachel.
May hawak na latigo yan.
Ay.
Pag hindi ka sumunod.
Papapush upin ako, no? Nakakatakot.
Yeah.
Joke lang, joke.
And a tail of stingray. Her latigo.
Babae, iba din kasi mag-motivate, di ba? Kasi, pag nakakita tayo ng babae, especially pag, somebody like her na talagang napakaganda lang talaga. Di ba mag-boost yung testosterone mo and then mas gagalingan mo pa?
Iba nagagawa ng babae kasi Nung ako dati nagtuturo ako ng sayaw, yung mga dancers na tinuturuan ko matamlay eh. Pero pag nandiyan yung babae, aba, doble yung energy nila oh. Talagang lakas ng ganadong mag-practice.
And this is scientific, ha? Pag ang lalaki nakakita ng babae na, attractive, talagang magbo-boost yung testosterone nila up to 3 times yata. Yeah. Ayaw mo din mapahiya, di ba? You mean, marami ng giyera ang nagsimula dahil sa babae.
Anyway,
tayong mga lalaki, simple lang. Alright. Andito na pala.
Okay. So, hindi na natin patatagalin, no? Kilalanin na natin si Coach Chad Macias.
West and East do. The new conditioning coach of Cuadro Alas. He wants to be part of the history. Let's give it up to the scientist. Chad MACIAS.
Oh, nalaglag siya. Sorry, nalaglag. Nalaglag yung ating guest. Nalaglag. Antay lang natin konti kasi nalaglag siya eh.
Ayos yung intro.
Got me all excited for nothing, kapatid.
Kaya
ano ba yung tawag na dapat paano ba natin siya address tuloy?
Address.
Dr. Macias.
Coach or nakakalito eh.
I know. He likes to be called Coach Chad.
Coach
Chad.
All right. Wala pa ba si
Wala pa. May intro ko na eh.
Pinapa-excite na tayo ni Coach Chad. Excited na ako na makasama tong taong to, ibang klase talaga. Very interesting character.
This is the first time. This is the first time that a Filipino show could be able to interview him.
I'm gonna give you something about Coach Chad. He only wear Jordan shoes. That's it. That's all he wear. Jordan shoes.
Wow.
And the thing is, this guy, for those who don't know, he's also a 2-sport Olympic athlete. And then he's trained a lot of Olympic athletes and world-class athletes. So I don't know what he saw in Casimero that because he doesn't just take anybody, diba? He only wants to work with the special ones. So Casimero should take this as a huge compliment.
He's having trouble, I think.
We're willing to wait.
Yeah. Kwento-kwentuhan muna tayo, no? Si Alf Fitness. At sa inyo. May nung nagsabi dito, ibalik ko daw yung intro. Parang nagustuhan niya yung voice over ni partner Sir Nemuel Intro, take 2. Malamang magti-take 2 tayo dito kasi nalaglag eh.
Yeah.
Ang swabe kasi ng boses ni Kuya Nemuel eh. Ibang klase. Iba yung tono eh. Iba yung timbre.
Iba yung hagod eh, no?
Mahina daw yung yung audio ni Sir Stephen.
Mahina.
Mahina ba? Mahina yung audio ko?
Mahina.
Sabi nila bago daw si Coach sa YouTube. Actually, kilala na siya eh. Tayo lang yung medyo hindi niya kakilala dahil nakafocus lang tayo dun sa yung mga humahawak na kay Manny Pacquiao. Saka kay Memo. Mm.
Iba rin talaga 'tong mga strength and conditioning coach, eh. Kasi sila yung tumutulong talaga na ma-unlock or yung potential ng isang boxer. Marami tayong magagaling na boxer, eh, 'di ba? Pero
Mm.
may nakikita sila na puwedeng ma-improve and they work on that. And kung anong meron ka they make it better.
Mm.
Siyensya din kasi talaga 'to, talagang pinag-aralan. Ang daming
Kaya.
school na ang daming universities na faculty member yan si Chad Macias. Ibang klaseng tao talaga 'to. And
Yeah.
not only na nasa larangan siya ng sports, sa cancer
Okay.
din, cancer research. 'Di
Okay.
ba?
Boss Jigs, sorry to interrupt, no? So, take 2 again for our intro for
Ayun,
Chad
andito na.
Macias. Yeah.
West and East do. The new conditioning coach of Cuadro Alas. He want to be part of the history. Let's give it up to the scientist. Chad Macias.
Good morning. Good morning, Chad.
Hello,
Coach Chad.
hello. How are you?
Good morning,
Thank you.
Coach.
Fine.
Good morning, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you are welcome. You are
It's an
always
honor.
welcome here, Coach.
It's an honor, Coach.
Appreciate it, appreciate it, appreciate it.
Thank you. So, Jacob, or partner member, do you have any question? The first
Okay,
question
the
for
first question I would like to ask from you, Coach, is that how you pronounce well your surname?
So it's Chad Macias.
Macias. Okay.
Macias, yeah, it's Spanish.
Okay. Español. ¿Habla español?
Se habla un poco de español?
Sí.
Yeah, my
Good.
family's from the San Sebastian area of Spain. It's a little different Spanish over there, though, you know.
Yeah. I used to be always in Barcelona.
Oh, nice.
I'm a
Awesome.
3.5 hours drive from south of France.
Nice. Awesome.
Thank
San
you.
Sebastian
Anyway.
is one of my favorite cities. Donostia.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful.
It's a great place over there, man. Good food, good people, nice relaxed environment.
Okay. Anyway, can you tell us, Coach, who is Chad Macias?
Who is Chad Macias? Is that what you're asking?
Yep.
Yeah.
So basically, I've focused on high level sports science for about the last 23 years. So I've worked with a lot of elite athletes, anybody from Usain Bolt down to lots of guys in the National Football League here, the U.S. Navy SEALs. So I've kind of worked with a lot of high level elite athletes in many different sports across many different spectrums, lots of track and field, lots of world champion boxers, world champion MMA fighters, MotoGP riders, Mark Marquez, lots of guys who do like the X Games skateboarding. So pretty much you name the sport, and I've worked with the athletes there. And I've also split my time in the laboratory, and as a scientist, I've done brain cancer research, fibromyalgia research, sports science research in athletes, muscle biopsies, that sort of thing. So all the way from the bedside to the lab in terms of working with people through the science. So I have quite a diverse background in terms of my experience.
Any question?
You know what? I've been researching about you for a couple of weeks now, and I've been watching your interviews and stuff, and you just made my brain numb. And the things you talk about, it's incomprehensible to me at least. So I'm not even gonna try I'm not even gonna try to talk to you about all those things and ask you about those neuroplasticity and whatnot. Those things are above my pay grade. But I just want you to make something clear
Sure.
because you've been working with world class athletes, and then you do cancer research and all this, and then I find out that you work with U.S. Navy SEAL. Are you sure you're not trying to like make a super soldier or something, like splice those guys DNA and make make soldiers run faster than Usain Bolt and jump higher than what's her name,
Brittany
Brittany
Reese.
Reese? Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Insane.
if there was a way for me to do that, I definitely would find a way. But I mean, that essentially is my job, is to try to take those who are genetically gifted and who are probably maxed out their genetic potential. It's my job to use science and find ways to help them recover and train at a higher level, help their neurological side of the performance and recovery also be supported. And by the way, I'm pretty impressed with your knowledge of the neuroplasticity. Just knowing that word in and of itself puts you on another level, my friend. So yeah, no, I mean, once you get to the high level with the athletes, you're kind of pushed towards that kind of science, because either you're going to have your athletes take drugs like steroids and testosterone and cheat, or you're going to find ways to use science to help your athletes compete with all the other guys who are cheating. It's kind of the two ways that you can do it. And so I realized that early on, and I did the best that I could before the internet was around. I would just find all the different conferences and go to these science conferences and learn about this technology. I would look into different types of sports and carry it over. For example, the altitude tents that I put my athletes in, I first encountered that concept looking at guys who climb mountains. And when they want to acclimate to going up to above 10,000 feet, they would sleep in an altitude tent. And I thought, why can't we put athletes in there and get the same benefits for athletes who are competing at sea level? So, it's just really a way of thinking about how the world and the body works. And then, okay, what does the research say? We can go into now with the internet. It's really easy to go in and look at all the different research studies and see what the science says about any of these topics. And I think that's one of the things that separates me from the others is I don't have any protocols that are Chad Macias. I look at what the science says, and then I say, okay, how can we design a training protocol around what the research has identified is the best way to train the athlete? So for some reason, there's a lot of guys who do what I do with athletes, and they don't spend the time looking at the science. So what you have is a group of elite coaches, all of them kind of using the same techniques, and some of the techniques are good and some of the techniques aren't specific enough for the athlete. And that's where being able to use the science and identify that is really important. So, definitely it's high level stuff, but if you really want to help these athletes compete and do it the right way, it's the only way you can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, I find it so strange that you have all these degrees and you've met all these people and you've studied, extensively about, sports nutrition and cancer, but you seem like you're one of the homies. You don't look like the typical scientist or doctor.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I was a multi-sport athlete. I was involved with Team USA in multiple different sports, boxing and hockey, and I also played high-level American football as well. And I think that resonates well with the athletes because they know I've been there and I've lived it. So it also helps me understand the training modalities. I know when something's going to work because I've had to use these things to prepare myself to fight at a high level, to play hockey at a high level, to play football at a high level. So it's really easy for me to relate well with the athletes. And like you said, I come from more of that kind of hip hop sports culture that it
Yeah.
resonates well with the younger folks, as well. So I'm definitely different than most sports scientists. I think you could pick that up right away, and I'm also not afraid to uh, kind of push the envelope in the science world, and that's I see a lot of problems in a lot of different ways about how athletes train and perform, different governing bodies and sports agencies, and who's using drugs, performance enhancing drugs, and who's not. And I spent a whole career kind of using science to help fight and navigate those areas. So, I can't imagine not being in a position where I got my foot kind of in both worlds.
Okay. Partner, Sir Neville, you have a question for Coach Chad Macias?
Yes, Coach Chad, good morning again.
Good
My
morning.
first
Hello.
question to you is this the first time you handled an Asian athlete?
No, no. I worked with a really high level fighter by the name of Yushin Okami out of Japan. And he, just like Casemiro, he really impressed me with his work ethic, his genetics, his physiology. It really opened my eyes to the potential for the athletes that come from the Pacific Rim. And if you look at any of the Olympic weightlifting sports, you can see the Asian athletes, really starting to dominate in those areas, especially if you look at strength per weight. So it's not my first Asian athlete, and I'm well aware of how untapped of a resource the Philippines and other areas like that are with athletes. And a lot of times in those nations, there's not a lot of promotion for the sports programs. There's not a lot of high level sports facilities. So, I see that changing over the next, 10 to 15 years. As everything starts to modernize a little bit more and sports takes a more of a foothold in all these different countries. The Philippines are big on basketball, but I still see a lot of other sports growing. But no, it's not my first Asian athlete. I've been blessed to get a lot of really gifted athletes. Casemiro is definitely in that realm of extremely elite and gifted athletes. He's definitely one of the best fighters I've ever worked with, one of the best athletes I've ever worked with. So it's definitely an honor, and you guys will see the difference in how he performs on April 22nd. I promise you that.
Wow.
That's what we want to hear.
Wow.
That's exciting.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, man. If I can't make everybody question what he's done differently after the fight, then I didn't do a good enough job, And that's the way that I look
Mm,
at this. If you take
mm,
a guy like Casemiro, who has these genetic gifts, and you put him into my system, which is designed to maximize those gifts in a way not a lot of sports scientists can do or have done, you're going to get something different, because I'm addressing areas he really hasn't focused on prior to working with me and with other strength coaches, because I'm looking at what the research tells me is important for a high level genetically gifted boxer to compete at a level that he might not normally see. And so you guys are definitely going to see that. I don't mind putting my name on the line if I haven't done a good enough job to where you guys wonder how he got to look this different. Then I'll just have to go back and do it better the next time. So I like that kind of pressure, and I can't wait for you guys to see him perform on April 22nd.
wow. So,
Mandirigma, just one second before I'm gonna give you guys the floor after I say this. Actually, we're very grateful that you came, and you came in a very, very strange time. Actually, you're sort of a savior because it's no secret that Casimero's been having, um, weight problems, and it's been plaguing him in the past, and now you came here like a savior almost. So we didn't know what would happen to Casimero's career. To be honest, we thought he was gonna get stripped, and then here you came and you gave us another boost, Casimero fans at least, and us Filipinos, we're very it's a like a tight knit community, and we're based.
Yeah.
We consider everyone a family, and now because you're Casimero's coach, and we see you as the savior somehow. We want to welcome you as a part of the family. And I assure you, just like Freddie Roach, if you come here to the Philippines and run for office or something, you'll probably win.
Well, thank you
wow.
very much. Let me tell you, the honor is mine. And, the thing that motivates me as a coach after all these years and working with so many great athletes, I want to work with guys that have the ability to make history. to become legends, to make them talked about long after their time. That's what
Mm.
motivates me. And Casemiro's in a unique position, in his early 30s. He's just about to hit his prime, and he's one or two fights away from the potential to be a unified champion, and that's huge. And so, I bring a lot of stability to the mix for a guy like him because I have so much experience with this type of thing, and when I work with so many high level UFC and Bellator fighters like Phil Davis, Kelvin Gastelum, guys like that. And those guys are cutting, way more weight than a traditional boxer would cut. So, hearing that he's had those issues with a weight cut doesn't concern me at all. And let me just tell you guys this. I've been really impressed with how hard he works on the track and everywhere else because I have had a lot of world champion, elite level athletes that could not do the track work because it's really, really, really hard. If you're not an Olympic track athlete, and even if you are, if you come out and do 100% 200-meter sprints, you're going to be on the ground when you're done, and it's going to take you 30 minutes to recover, and you're going to be sore for a couple of days. It's the hardest type of work you can possibly do. It's harder than getting in the squat rack and lifting heavy weights. It is the most difficult thing to do if you give 100%. Casemiro has been absolutely crushing the track work, giving 100% to the point where his legs just don't want to work. And with that kind of dedication, he's going to see things he's just never had before as weapons. And the thing about it is, his nutrition is another area where he's been very, very dedicated. He, in the past, obviously, he had some issues with his weight, but
Mm.
I can tell you right now, he's only a few pounds above his fight weight. And we still got quite a bit of time to go. And I really haven't had to do anything. He's made it so easy on me. It was like a 5-minute conversation. I made one or two recommendations here about removing one or two food items just to get rid of some carbohydrates, to get rid of a little bit of water weight. But he's already there now. I mean, he's already done all the hard work. His weight's down really low. And so at this point, we just have to keep working hard, make sure he's in top shape, and we got to get Butler out of there in a couple of rounds and move on to the next fight.
Yeah.
Wow, wow.
Yes. Yeah.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
One more question, coach. To substantiate my first question is that when he was first introduced to you, what was your first reaction to him?
Well, I mean, obviously, I knew who he was working with, a bunch of high level fighters like Maurice Hooker and guys like that. That weight class he's in is a very uh, romanticized weight class in the United States. There's been a lot of great Asian and Mexican fighters to come out of that weight class. So I was familiar with Casemiro. I knew how good of an athlete he was. Most boxers are not really gifted athletes. They look almost like marathon runners than they do elite athletes. So I was extremely excited. And like I told the team, the nights before I was working with him, I was having a hard time sleeping because I was so excited about the next day and being able to get my hands on a guy like that because I know what's going to happen when he works in my system, and this is the kind of stuff I live for, man. I'm telling you, you guys may have heard me say it on the videos that when I'm working with him, we're watching history. And we are watching history. I've seen it before. I've worked with so many elite athletes that I've been blessed enough to work with these elite athletes that have, rewritten history in all these different sports. I've had a front row seat and I know what it looks like. And I've watched these guys and he looks just like them. He's competing with himself. He's not even worried about anybody else. Right now, he's competing with the best version of himself. And the great ones, that's how they approach the training. And that's how he's able to get the most out of himself every day. He's competing with the best version of himself from the day before and trying to beat it. And I can see it. And I know what I'm watching. I've just seen it before, you guys. And I was just so excited from the very first phone call I got from Vince Parra. Called me. He was Maurice Hooker's coach. He's worked with a lot of great world-class fighters, and he said, hey, these guys are looking for a great strength coach. I recommended you. You'll be expecting a call from them. And, I'm very appreciative for Vince to recommend me. That's definitely the reason why we're at this point. If it wasn't for him, that wouldn't have happened. And And so yeah, I was really excited, man. I was having a hard time sleeping, that night, and before each training session with him, I'm excited like that.
Wow. Thank you so much, Coach.
No
Partner?
problem.
Yeah, anyway, welcome Miss Rachel, no, to our LS today. Miss
Hi, Ma'am
Rachel,
Rachel. Good evening, Ma'am Rachel.
how are you? Yeah,
How are you? Hello.
yeah.
Wait.
So I have a couple questions for you. I'm actually going to move to my headphones.
Yeah.
What do
You're
you think
breaking up.
of?
You're okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, now
Okay, okay.
now you're good. Yeah.
Okay. What do you think of the very, very old school training boxing, the very traditional ones that say that there's no way that boxers should need a strength and conditioning coach? What would your answer be to that?
Well, I have an interesting answer for that. So, like I said, I came up in the USA boxing system. And, what I can remember about my early days, I'll use a personal story. It's easy to reference it. I never had a strength coach in my early days as a fighter. And I'd go in there and spar 18, 20 rounds in my 20s. And so I think there's some truth to be told to that. I think it also depends on the athlete and how they train in their boxing work. And what that means is there's a small percentage of boxing work that is anaerobic, and that's one of the really important energy pathways for boxing that doesn't get enough attention. It's what I focus on primarily. And so if you have a fighter who gets anaerobic work, who's doing a lot of sparring, and maybe is on the track doing some type of sprint work, you're going to have guys that are going to have less of a need for strength and conditioning because they're addressing the areas that are really important to be successful that you just don't get when you do your bag workouts and your punch mitt workouts and all the other boxing workouts are not anaerobic. Only sparring is. So if you have the right amount of mix, there's some area where you could get by without a strength and conditioning coach. Now, where that becomes a different discussion is when you talk about the highest level athletes. So when you're talking about guys who are world champions or who are in the top 10, you're going to need some specialized work to make it make sense. And it may not even necessarily be the actual strength and conditioning. Maybe it's the rest periods that you manage better for the athlete. And that helps them recover better, come back to their boxing workouts better. You manage their diet better. You help them recover with whatever nutritional supplements are available. So I think that there are a lot of fighters who may not require one, depending on where they're at in their career. But when you're talking about a guy like John Real Casamero, you're definitely going to need to have specialized work for him because he's such a genetically gifted freak athlete that if you're not specializing the training, you're not going to maximize what he's capable of.
No, I love that. I love the answer. The thing is that most of, of course, the old school, like when I met Nonito, it was always running 10 miles and there was never any change. It was always running 10 miles, then boxing work.
Right.
So his capacity, his capabilities hit a wall. And I think most of the old school boxers were always just put on your trainers and not even run sprints, just run for 10 miles at a jog pace, not trying to beat a time or anything. I almost thought it was more for meditation purposes. What do you feel like places like Big Bear are less of a attraction now, considering that there's the high altitude chambers that we can have at sea level and be able to rest when they're not training?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the main reason you guys don't see me working with more world champion boxers is because they don't want to listen to what I'm telling them is useless work or just more volume of work they don't need. So I don't have any of my fighters run distance. I don't care if they ever run a single mile the entire training camp. It means nothing to me because it's not going to make a difference. If you look at the research studies, they're quite clear. If you look at a round of boxing, it's about 60% aerobic, about 40% anaerobic. And 95% of their training during the week, which is 12 to 15 hours, is aerobic. So I don't need them to go run distance because it's aerobic. Like you said, they're running an 8, 9, 10-minute mile pace, maybe a 7 if they feel like they want to work hard. And that's just aerobic. It's high intensity or low intensity aerobic work. And I just don't need that. They're already getting 12 hours of gym work that's primarily aerobic. So that's a reason why, and I've talked to Pacquiao's people before. And that was kind of one of the reasons I think we didn't forge a relationship, is because he was so attached to running distance. And for me, that's just running down the athlete. And like I was telling the coaches for Casamero, if you think about it, most boxers train like a distance runner. A boxing match is nothing like a slow distance run. If you really think about it, the only thing that's like that is between rounds when they're resting. So, that's when you have that aerobic pace where the heart rate's going to come down, and it's more like a long, slow distance run. It really doesn't have a lot of place in boxing, if I were to be honest. And the only time I really see it making sense is when the fighter has to cut weight. And then you really don't have a choice, because it's a really uh, a way they're accustomed to burning some calories. It's something they can do kind of easily. Like you said, they can go to a place mentally, run 10 miles like it's nothing. And so it really, for me, it's really frustrating that boxers like to do that, because I need them to train less like a distance runner and more like a sprinter, because they perform like a sprinter who has to also run the 800 or the 1500. So, there's not a lot of science in how the old school way of boxing trains, and that's the problem. And that's why I'm so different than all the other strength coaches that train fighters, is because I've taken the time to look at the research studies, and they're quite clear. It's not my opinion. I don't believe in opinions. It's what the meta-analysis and what the multitude of research studies tell me needs to be done. And they say the distance running really is not important, or the aerobic capacity does not play a role in elite boxers being successful. The data is quite clear.
I love this conversation, you guys. I think I told you guys on the last Nonito's camp, he had some sparring partners that wanted to go running with Nonito, and they asked specifically how many miles Nonito runs every week. And Nonito kind of laughed, and he said, he's like, I don't run, I do sprints, and I do it, depending 3 to 2 times a week, depending on how close we are to the fight. But they never, you're right. A lot of these boxers are so into this 10 miles every 2 days, or sometimes every day. They'll wake up and do 10 miles in the morning and then hit the boxing gym in the afternoon. And you are correct. It's completely, it's more of a sprint, the 3 minute sprint, 1 minute rest, 3 minute sprint, 1 minute rest. You're not jogging in between. And I think a lot of the boxers have gotten so, used to the slow twitch muscles in boxing, that they, some of them forgot how to use those fast twitch muscles to, to take off and do what they have to do, get in, get out, move to the side, etc.
100%. You couldn't have said that any better. It's what I preach, and I will add some layers to that. So genetics do still kind of play a role, and I was talking to the Casamero team, to some of the coaches, and I said, I'll give you guys an example though of how that's kind of can sometimes not really make a difference. If you take a guy like Manny Pacquiao or Casamero, perfect fit for my system, genetic freaks, super explosive, a lot of fast twitch muscle fibers. If you take a guy like Floyd Mayweather, that guy's not a good fit for my system, because he does have a body that is more like a distance runner, because that's his genetics. And those type of guys perform better with that type of distance running mentality and training protocol, because their bodies are always going to kind of stay just under that anaerobic threshold anyways, because their muscle fiber is, like you mentioned, predominantly the slower twitch type 2B and type 1. You can see it by looking at them, and that's why guys like Mayweather don't have a lot of flash one punch knockouts in the first couple of rounds. They wear you down and land their power shots late to get TKOs. And so I think there's that context is also important, because there are some fighters who probably are better suited training that way. However, instead of running 10 miles, let's make it 3.5 to 5 at the max. So you're kind of maximizing what your talents are physiologically, but not beating yourself down to the point where you can't recover. That, to me, that's the biggest problem. If you could run 10 miles and recover just fine for the next day, I probably wouldn't care, but you can't. You're not running 10 miles every day. And the thing is, these guys are bringing down their weight, so they're on a caloric deficit, right? So they're not going to be able to replenish their muscle glycogen stores simply because they're in a caloric deficit. And if you're running 10 miles a day, believe me, they're going to need to be replenished maximally. That's not light work. So, and then you've got your 2-hour boxing work on top of that, and maybe strength and conditioning with a strength coach 3 days a week. for another 6 hours total. I mean, that's insane. That volume is, to me, mind-boggling. And what makes that even crazier is, how many times have you seen a fighter come into a fight after that volume of work and still not be in top shape? That's crazy, but it happens. And that sort of thing is what led me to question my system. I haven't always done sprint work. It was an evolution. And I would have my fighters come into camp, we would do the same work, and I would get a different outcome. And I started to ask, well, why is this happening? And that's what caused me to look at the research. Well, what goes into a 3 or a 5 minute round? What's the breakdown percentage wise, aerobically and anaerobically? And that's what led me to doing a lot of blood lactate tests. I would have the guys spar for a round, have them jump out real quick, prick the finger, pull their blood lactate, compare it to what it looked like on the track, compare it to sprint work, and then compare it to aerobic work. And that's when the light clicked on for me. And I said, man, these guys aren't doing any anaerobic work. Their blood lactate levels are 2, 3, 4, 6. After all this, what I thought would be hard work, clearly it's not. Their blood lactate levels, if they're anaerobic, should be well above 12, 13, 14. So either they're not doing anaerobic work or they don't have anaerobic capacity. Either way, I need to make some adjustments. And when I made that change around 2012, that's when my fighters never got tired. And even my guys like Kelvin Gastelum, who, when you look at him, you wouldn't necessarily consider him to be a cardio machine, but that's what he's known for. And then you look at a guy like Phil Davis, who, is walks around at 3% body fat, and you would think he's a cardio machine, and he also is. Different fighting styles, but you can see it with my guys. They just don't get tired. And I think the other difference between giving such specified work is that a lot of strength coaches will get guys in just good enough shape to get through the fight. I make strength and conditioning an actual weapon for the fighter, whereas their other opponent is not going to be as well trained anaerobically, is not as well trained explosively. And so they have advantages that the other athlete's not going to get, even if they've cheated in some way and detected, able to avoid the doping test. It's not going to make a difference. My guys are going to be on a different level just because of recognizing that way of training is more important than what they other athletes are doing currently.
Mga bros, I'm gonna ask just one more question, and then I'm gonna go. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Chad, do you feel like Filipinos are genetically gifted, or do you feel like that's something that we have more of a harder time to work on?
I'll be honest. I think the athletes from the Pacific Rim and Asian athletes in general, to me, seem genetically gifted. Especially in the lower extremity, from the waist down in the lower body. I just see so many calf and legs that are just on beast mode, in comparison to what I see in Western society. You know, it's the height is the only difference that I really see. Being different than, say, like athletes that are African American, who are also genetically gifted freaks. And I see a lot more in that ethnicity. I see a lot more gifted Asian athletes than I do, white or Western athletes, for sure. So, like I said earlier on, I think it's an untapped resource, and I think if you were to introduce more sports, you would see more guys dominating at the world level in different sports from the Philippines, from Japan, and from other Asian countries, for sure.
Well, thank you for answering my questions. Thanks, guys, for letting me come up. I have to go. We have training tomorrow. But, Chad, I'm sure I'll meet you one day. And good luck with camp with Champ Tata.
Thank you. It was a pleasure talking to you. Great questions.
Thank you, Ma'am Ray.
Thank you, guys. Good night.
Thank you.
Good night. Good night.
Before you begin, Mandirigma,
Okay.
Chad Macias called Floyd a runner. That's funny. Just joking. You heard the man.
Pun intended on that one. No, I actually, Floyd was a great fighter, but
amazing.
I think he did run in some of his fights, but I got to be honest, I think he stood in front of a lot of guys and made them miss. Floyd was smart in finding guys that outweighed him 30 pounds on fight night. He could have made a sandwich before their punches got there. So he definitely ran from the guys who had power, guys like Zab Judah, and guys, that really could hurt him. I think he backpedaled quite a bit. So there was definitely a pun intended that had truth in its base.
Yeah.
We appreciate that. Go ahead,
Good
Brother
answer. Yeah.
Rico.
Because as far as I know, mental toughness is very important. How do you build that in your athletes?
Well, I think that's really kind of a tough thing to do. Fighting sports have really given me the best glimpse at guys' mental toughness. And I see a lot of high level fighters who were bullied as kids and who to me kind of fight scared in a way until that door closes for the cage or until they step in that square circle for boxing and the bell rings, they're still a little bit timid and scared, and then I see the guys that are just seem like they're made for it and they're built for it. And I think I can't change a guy who's not mentally tough into a guy who's mentally tough. It's just not something I'm able to do. And I think it's something even sports psychiatrists would have, and psychologists would have a challenge doing with medication and therapy. It's not an easy task. And getting inside there to fight strips you of all the comforts that allow you to hide behind anything that would give you the ability to mask your fears. And so what I do with the guys who are already mentally tough, and Casemiro is one of those guys. Like I said, I've been so impressed with how hard he's worked, and that comes from his mental toughness. To push as hard as he's doing on the track while your body is breaking down with each sprint is really, really difficult. And there might even be Olympic sprinters who are fast enough to reach the elite level who just aren't mentally tough enough to do the hard work it takes to make race day look easy. And when I'm out on the track, I use that type of work to build the mental toughness. I talk to the fighters. I tell them, this is where you suffer. Suffer now, not on fight night. Do it here. Because I can promise you, if you suffer here and give me everything you got, the fight will be easy. And I talk to them about being a fighter myself. In the back of my mind, my subconscious knew exactly how much I had in the gas tank. And it would only allow me to do just enough in every round, knowing that I might need to make it through the entire fight. I may not have always known that, but I realized it later on in life. And what I do is I give the guys the ability to make that go away completely. So when they step into the ring to fight, they're not worried about getting tired. Their subconscious knows, I got this. I'm 100% ready for this. I can go 12 rounds if necessary, and my opponent will not be able to match my pace. And so I think that brings a comfort that not a lot of guys find when they go into these fights, because it's really difficult to reach a place where your mind knows I'm 100% ready for whatever happens in this fight. I can give everything I got and I'm okay. I'm not going to have to conserve my energy. And so I think I build mental toughness in my fighters by taking them to a place where they realize that when they step in there to fight. And if you can give a fighter that kind of confidence, that's massive. It's huge. It's just adds another layer to them to help them be successful on fight day they might not have if I or another strength coach who's capable of bringing that to the table was working with them.
Thank you.
Coach.
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, Coach. This is Steven. How you doing, Coach?
Hey, Coach. How are you?
I got a couple questions for you though. I know you probably know other famous strength and conditioning coach working with other fighters. And what my question is, my first question is, what makes you different from other famous strength and conditioning coach? The way they apply their style with their fighters. What makes you different from other famous strength and conditioning coach? And I'll ask you the second question after you answer this question, Coach.
Sure, no problem, Steve. So I think, I mean, as you know, you've been around me for a little while now. I heavily rely on the research to guide what I'm going to do. And I think that it has allowed me to pursue different types of training modalities that you really don't see these other coaches doing. If you look at a lot of the elite strength coaches, whether they work with fighters or they work with athletes in other sports, they all kind of do the same thing. There's a lot of circuit training, and there's not a lot of difference in the variation of the training tools that they're using. Steve, you've seen a lot of the plyometric work that I have, and some of that stuff's on my Instagram and other places, but it looks nothing else like you've ever seen. And the only thing I can compare it to is the way the Russians trained their athletes in the 50s and 60s, which was heavy on plyometrics, heavy on heavy strength work when they do lift free weights. And I think that I've had to innovate to design plyometric work for each of the different muscle groups in the lower extremities. And I think that's what's different about me is I've thought about the fact that there's multiple different muscle groups in the lower body, and you kind of need a different type of plyometric for each one. You can't just do a box jump and expect that to really work the posterior chain and the hip flexors maximally, because it's not going to work both the anterior and posterior chain to the best potential possible. And then what about all of the lateral work that you need to do? So that's, I think, one of many of the things that separates me is that I've actually designed completely new exercises from scratch to fit these gaps in the plyometric current regiment that people use. It's really kind of the same things. You do some drop jumps, you jump on a box, there's not a whole lot of variation. And so that is definitely one thing I do differently is I create a lot of training modalities myself. I've got about 70 different plyometric exercises that I created from scratch that I've never seen anybody else use. The other thing is I use a lot of different training tools from the science I don't see a lot of coaches use. I don't see a lot of people using altitude tents. I don't see a lot of people putting their athletes in hyperbaric chambers. I've got my own surgeons. I've got my own stem cell specialists, my own PRP specialists that I work closely with in my team. Dr. Rudolph Gamboa, one of the top stem cell and PRP guys out there, worked on President Obama and Kobe Bryant, and literally thousands of Olympic and world-class athletes. And I have that whole system in-house at my institute. So a lot of strength coaches are just that. They're strength coaches. They're not scientists. They're not publishing research. They're definitely not publishing cancer research. They're not conducting the research like I am. I do muscle biopsies. I've worked with horses. I've worked with dogs. I've worked with elite athletes in the lab. So I don't know of any strength coaches that are doing that personally at that level. I have some colleagues like Tony Ricci and guys like that are similar to me, that are sports scientists. And those are guys that I look up to that have been doing it a little bit longer than me. But there's a small group of guys like that. And, I think a lot of the other strength coaches also get involved in performance enhancing drugs. And if you look at my career, I've spent 20 years fighting against that. I've testified for the Nevada State Athletic Commission, for the UFC in the case of John Jones. I provided my expert testimony against drug use. And so I think there's quite a bit of things that I do that other strength coaches are just nowhere near involved in terms of the science side of things, fighting against drug cheats in all these different sports. The other thing I think, Steve, that also makes me different is most strength coaches focus on one sport. So if they're a boxing strength coach, they work with fighters, and that's pretty much it. I've got the best athletes in the world in almost every sport. And they aren't just guys that are there going to the Olympics. They're guys that have dominated the Olympics, set the world records, and have 4 or 5 medals. People like Brittany Reese, Usain Bolt, people in the NFL like Antonio Cromartie and Steven Jackson, and all these athletes that span the last 20 years that I've worked with. I think that definitely also separates me. So there's quite a few things. There are a lot of really good strength coaches out there that just because they're not scientists and doing research, they are doing very good work. Most of them are friends of mine, colleagues of mine, if you see who I interact with in social media, there's a small handful of strength coaches I respect, and I will always give them credit for being great strength coaches. So I think when you look at the guys that I consider to be my equals or the ones that I look up to, we all kind of do similar things. We all are focused on what the research tells us to do. We understand that sprints and plyometrics and these other things will build a better athlete, which will make a better fighter or make a better soccer player or basketball player. And so it's not just me, but there's also a fraternity of sports scientists who are also doing the same thing. And that separates us as a group from most strength coaches who are just doing circuit training, pushing a sled, things like that, jumping on the Aerodyne bike, running, 10 miles uphill or whatever it is, all those sort of things that are common amongst those guys.
Okay. Thank you, Coach. This last question of mine is this is not related to strength and conditioning, but I receive a lot of questions and concerns and from other friend of mine, because I just telling them that for this first camp with Casimiro, you're not charging him for anything. And some people think that maybe you have a hidden agenda or something. Can you explain it to them, Coach, why you are not charging Casimiro for this first camp with him? I want them to hear it from you.
Yeah, no problem. I do that a lot, actually, you guys. The reason is because my system is so different from anything else that the athletes have done before. Sometimes it's hard to get them to wrap their heads around that I don't need them to run any miles at all. Like, I don't care if they run a single mile the entire camp and they'll be in better shape than they've ever been. And I've even told guys, don't pay me if you don't think I've done a good job, but it helps build trust with the athlete. I'm committed to you and I'm here for you. And I want you to be the same commitment towards me, and let's build a relationship. If you look at all the athletes I have, I work with them almost their entire career. And the athletes I do have that I haven't worked with their whole careers, once I start with them, I finish their career. And that's the type of relationship I have with those athletes. Most of my athletes are my very close friends. Phil Davis is the godfather for one of my children. So most of my athletes are my close friends, and my circle is really small. And so I think for me, it's a way to say, I know my system's different, but trust me. Put your trust in my hands. I'm going to take you to a place not a lot of people can. We're going to do some special things together. And I feel like I'm a great addition to anybody's team. I work well with others. I've got a ton of experience, and I've worked well with athletes from all over the world. So I think athletes like that because they know I'm not here just to see you for a paycheck. If I do my job well, the money will come for everybody involved because the athlete will be successful and they'll be happy with the job that I've done for them. So that really isn't a big concern of mine because I want to be here for the long haul. Casemiro is just entering the prime of his career. I'm coming in at a time where I can really help him achieve new levels of success, and all those things will come. So, I have a pretty good career. My wife has a really good career, and as long as I can provide for my family, it allows for me to pick and choose where and how I make my money. And not only does that help me build good relationships, but it also helps me feel good about the way I do my business. I don't see these guys as a paycheck, especially in the fighting sports. There's not always a lot of money there. It's only when you get to the very top and you become a world champion and you get on pay-per-view that you actually make decent money. So that's another thing I always think about in the back of my mind too, is these guys work really hard for their money, and they've got managers, they've got other coaches they got to pay. And so I think about all of that stuff too. And I think it's just what works best for me. And I'm pretty sure all the guys that I work with see that and appreciate it. And that's how we help start building a good relationship from day one.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I see you Thursday.
Yes.
Yes, Kuya Coach Ricky. Any question for Coach Macias?
Hi, Coach Macias. I'm Ricky Gonzalez from Fit First Balloon. This is just a short question for you.
Okay.
Because all you have, you're saying already all that I want to question you. This is only what I say. During your, I saw all your plyometric workout and high intensity workout on your when I saw our champ training with you. My question is, during the training, we cannot neglect the pain of our joint and our muscles. How you relieve this kind of pain, and is the ice is are you using ice for this one? Ice? Yes, that
So
one.
that's actually a really good question. And nice to meet you. So the plyometric work, the first couple times you do it, the athletes might be a little bit sore, especially because they're very different and they are very, very high intensity work. Um,
Yeah.
what happens with plyometric work is you're sending all that elastic energy into the origin insertion point on all this connective tissue, on all these tendons
Yes.
and ligaments. That by nature is going to immediately start to strengthen them, so they not only can be more resistant to the training, but they can hold more energy and disperse more energy. We call that the dissipation of coefficiency. And so really that kind of takes care of itself after a couple training sessions. And the fact that I'm using only their body weight most of the time, so we're not using any weights, their bodies adjust to it pretty quickly. With that being said, ice is something that I definitely do like as a protocol. It definitely has quite a bit of evidence in support of it, as long as you're in there for, like, you use ice for like 9 minutes or under. We don't want to risk any kind of drop foot you might have if you impact the nerves a little too much, if you're doing localized ice, if you're jumping in an ice bath. Same thing, we kind of want to monitor that time. But yeah, I really like ice. I think cryotherapy has benefits. You just have to be careful about not mitigating that post-training inflammation too much, because you need it for the adaptation. So in my system, the plyometrics build strength in those joints and give the athletes a better ability to be more explosive and less resistant to the pain and fatigue that comes with that type of training. So that somewhat takes care of itself. And then if we need to, we get the athletes with some ice, maybe with some soft tissue massage. Another big training tool that I use that I've given to the champion is a product called Lactigo Gel. And it's a carnosine based gel that they apply directly to the muscle. And it's really good at mitigating inflammation from the nervous system and in the muscle itself. So that's really the only other tool that I use with my athletes, Casamero, and all the other guys that I work with, is the Lactigo topical gel. That stuff is fantastic at helping the athletes both train and recover. It works better than anything else that I found that's available that you can get over the counter for like a supplement, and and you apply it directly to the muscle over the skin, so it gets in there in like an hour. You don't have to wait for it to metabolize. So that's basically what I use with him, and how those things play out in his body. At this point, he's not getting sore from the workouts we do in the gym. The track workouts, that gel I mentioned, the Lactigo gel, it's an intracellular buffer, so it helps buffer, the lactic acid as it leaves the muscle into the bloodstream. So again, that's another area where we kind of help him mitigate those things. Is on the track is using the Lactigo gel. So again, that's using the science to recognize something that was available and out there for the athlete. That's hard to do. pH buffering, getting rid of lactic acid, and that burning in the legs is something that's very difficult. And so we kind of use the Lactigo gel for that. So that's really kind of how we address that issue for him.
Thank you.
Thank you, Coach Chad.
Oh, that's a
No
good
problem.
answer.
Thank you.
Yes.
Partner, surname well. Yeah. Any question for Coach Chad Macias?
I have one more question. This is
Okay, you
just
have
not conditioning, Coach Chad. This is
okay, go ahead.
one of our friends here is asking, how do you compare Pacman to the rest of boxing fighters? Is he born talented, or he is self-made gifted in boxing?
How do I compare Pacquiao to the current era of fighters, or how do I compare Pacquiao to
Yeah,
Casemiro? To Casemiro or to the current
I
era
think,
of fighters
general.
in general?
Yeah,
Um, Well, it's interesting, having a boxing background myself, I'm able to recognize when the sport evolves. And I would say over the last, 35 years from when I started up until about 4 or 5 years ago, the sport kind of remained the same. There wasn't a whole lot of new things that I saw introduced in the sport. I think Pacquiao was a generational talent. That he was a guy that comes around once in a lifetime. He was a very special fighter. In comparison to today's fighters, I think he's definitely still stands out as a generational fighter. I think Terrence Crawford to me is the only guy right now that you can put in the same sentence as Manny Pacquiao. Um, I think a guy like Casamero could end up in that same place. He's right at the prime of his career and he's ready to make history. So I think he's similar to Pacquiao in that he's a genetically gifted freak athlete, mentally very tough. He also has knockout power like Pacquiao did. Um, I think he's got different talents. I think his left hook, Casamero's left hook, is special. And I think it's only going to continue to get better. I think he's a guy that has an unlimited ceiling that could definitely do just as much as Manny Pacquiao did, and maybe even more. He's still got a lot of time left. He's still young, so yeah, I think Pacquiao was better than most of the current era fighters. Like I said, I think Terrence Crawford is the only one that has done enough to be in the conversation with him at this point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, partner, Sir Nimwell. Any question for Coach Macias?
So one more question I can ask for you, Coach Chad, is that what can you say during the time that you train him? How long he can be able to absorb everything that you're teaching him in a short period of time?
Well, I think probably from the very first training session, almost immediately, his mind understood that this was different and he liked it and he did well right away. I've had really gifted athletes that were some of the best in the world at what they did, and it took them a little while to get good in my system. It's very different work, and it requires you to not think about what your brain's telling you, because your brain's going to tell you to do something different than I'm asking your body to do. It's really different work. It really challenges left brain, right brain. It challenges the nervous system's ability to fire their muscles maximally in the pattern we're trying to get it to do. And not all guys can do that really well right away, even if they're gifted athletes. Casamero was really well, did really well immediately. From the very first exercise I gave him, he did well. He does
Wow.
really good at adapting to it and getting the hang of the exercise before he's done with it the very first time he tries it. Not everybody can do that. He's done a really good job of doing that. So it really feels like I've been working with him for years because he just was plug and play. He came in and immediately adapted to the system, did well with it right away, liked the work that we were doing, and gave it 100%. So it was a perfect fit. I mean, it really was. I mean, if you watch the videos of him training and compare them to the other guys I have that have done, because if you look at some of my Instagram videos, for example, they're doing similar exercises. He looks just like all those other elite athletes, and obviously he's just now starting in the system. So I think, fortunately, he was a great fit genetically, and he also got it right away. So he's taking full advantage of my system, partly because he gives 100%, and also partly because he just really clicked with it well right away. There wasn't a learning period for him to get to plyometrics. He nailed it right away, first exercise, and so I've told Coach Steve and the other coaches I couldn't be happier with. I mean, it's literally been going perfect. I mean, it sounds too good to be true, but sometimes that's just how it goes. Sometimes everything works perfectly and we have a perfect camp. And that's just what's happening here, man. So it's been great. I couldn't ask for anything better than what we're getting right now.
Yep. I have one more question. Actually, this is similar with Bobby G. Similar
Hmm.
question with Bobby J.
Okay.
Since you are giving a sprint workout with Casemiro, Coach Chad, how you prevent the joint, our joint, if we are sprinting, some of our muscles is sometimes if you are not warm up properly, we can get some easily like a muscle tear or muscle fold, and some pain muscles in the especially in Achilles,
Mm-hmm.
because I'm a 100-meter sprinter also. I experienced that one. How you prevent that one?
So it's interesting. That's actually another really good question. So this is what I've noticed about doing the track work. Guys that are not actual sprinters never get hurt on. I've never had an athlete get hurt on the track. I've never even had a sprinter get hurt on the track. I mean, part of that's just been luck, um, but they don't generate the same amount of force that like you running the 100-meter sprint and having experience, knowing how to come out of the blocks. You're going to generate so much more uh, force into the ground than say a fighter who's doing the same type of sprint work. So that's to my advantage. The other thing is a really good warm up is the best thing you can do to prevent that. And so I always have the guys do a dynamic warm up. And then I also have them do a couple warm up sprints specifically to get the Achilles tendon warmed up. Like you said, that Achilles tendon stores, roughly 60% of the energy you need to walk. If it didn't, our calves would be bigger than our heads from all the work they get. So it's
Yeah.
such a tight, wound up, piece of tissue with all that energy in there. I'm always definitely concerned about that specifically. And having the guys do a couple warm up sprints before we do our first 200 or 400-meter sprint is the best way for me to help prevent that. Fortunately, I've never had any issues with that. Like I said, a lot of that's luck. That's not necessarily me. I've had athletes that just haven't had any injuries there prior to me working with them, and I think it makes it easy to prevent those injuries. And I think having the guys do the plyometric system that I have also helps prevent injuries in the Achilles tendon and the other ligaments and tendons in the lower extremities when we do the track work, because I'm pushing so much energy through those tendons in my plyometric work with them. It's not something that those tendons haven't seen when we're on the track.
Thank you, thank you. So we have maybe 10 to 15 minutes left, no, for Coach Chad, because I know already late in the USA. I have a training tomorrow, I think. Yeah.
Yes,
Uh,
yes.
can we ask more 10 to 15 minutes, Coach Macias?
Sure, no problem.
Okay. Thank you, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Bro Jago.
Thank you. Thank you, Coach Chad. Um, I mean, Filipinos were very superstitious, and a lot of fighters or athletes are now open to these new methods.
Hmm.
I mean, personally, I was born in a hut and I grew up. My grandma was the one who made medicine for us. I've never tasted medicine from over the counter. Maybe recreational drugs, but that was later on in life. But Casimero seems to be one of those open-minded ones. And then, we see him go through trainers like he goes through girlfriends or under his underwear. Uh, People think there's something wrong with it, but I think he's just open-minded and he likes to learn, and that's why he's open to your methods. And I just want to ask about how do you do strength training with Casimero at all? Because I think I don't know, I know nothing about this, but how do you balance uh, uh, aerobic training and strength training?
So, the thing for me is during the camp, I minimize the weightlifting during the camp because it takes less of an important role during the camp because you can only lift weights so fast. So no matter how hard you try, strength training is going to build some of the slower twitch muscle fibers, and that's just not desirable for a fighter or really any athlete, if I were to be honest. So during a fight camp, I want to minimize that. However, the best way to support the weakest joints in the body, elbows, shoulders, and knees, is strength training. So for me, it's an important tool to prevent injury. I haven't done much strength work in the upper body with him during the camp because we do explosive work for the upper body, and that has almost as much value because he is such a strong fighter. Um, Building explosiveness in the upper body has almost as much value as if we were lifting weights. Because how much strength can I build in the weight room in an 8 week camp in the first place? And at this point, it should take a backseat to just explosiveness and firing his muscles in a recruitment pattern that he's going to use when he throws punches. And so, for me, I like to get that work done in between camps. And I feel like I've built a really good relationship with Casemiro, and I see this us working together in between camps because I can send him the training I need him to do wherever he's at. And I think that's when I will be getting him into the weight room. I also have to consider the fact that he fights at 118, and he has a lot of muscle mass too. So those are all things I can navigate, as we move forward and just lessen the volume of work or whatever needs to be done so that he is getting strength work so he does get protection around those joints. To answer the first part of your question, I see Casemiro as somebody who's very open minded, but what I also see is somebody who's highly intelligent. He's always learning. He's always watching and listening and learning. There's a lot of guys, who will listen to what you say, and it's in one ear and out the other. They rely on other people to, you know, refresh them on what you said because they're not even really paying attention. He's hanging on every word that I say, and he's processing it, and he understands it. He understands the science. He's a guy that I think is looking for that. He's looking for a way to make the training make sense to him. And, does this make sense? Why am I doing this? Is this going to lead to a better outcome for me as a fighter? To me, that's what's going through his head. I don't know that's what's going through his head, but that's what I think I'm seeing. And I think that's why this is such a good fit because he's processing it. And I'm always talking about the science to them when we're training. That's what I do. I want them to understand why they're doing this. The better they understand the science, the better their body's going to respond to the training. And so I think him being a guy that seems like he's seeking that information and me being a coach that I like my athletes to have that information, it's just another perfect fit. And I think one of the things you also see with great fighters, they're always really smart. There's very few guys who become world champions that are stupid. Every now and then you get that brute guy who can just knock everybody's head off and he's not very intelligent. That's not common. Most world champions who are elite, highly intelligent people. And I see that in Casemiro. I know what I'm looking at when I see it. I see the wheels turning, and so I think it's a good fit for him because I am a guy who likes to have them understand why we're doing this. You have some strength coaches who are good and they use those modalities, but they can't tell you why they're doing it. They just know it's something good to do. And for me, I can give you very in-depth explanations with all the cited research studies on everything I do. And I want my fighters to know exactly what's in my head. And I talk with guys like Phil Davis. He's got a bachelor's of science in kinesiology from Penn State, which is basically an Ivy League school. Highly intelligent sports scientist as an elite athlete. And I can talk to him on the same level. He loves it. He soaks it up. He's one of those guys that also appreciates it because he knows that what I'm saying is factual. He understands that it's based on the research study. So he can take it at face value and know that it's the truth. And so Casemiro is similar to Phil. He understands that this is all based on the research and that his hard work is going to be rewarded with outcomes that are more beneficial than his prior training as a result of that. It doesn't take a genius to understand that concept. However, having somebody who's really intelligent like Casemiro, it makes it easy for him to comprehend the training, why we're doing the training, and I think it draws them in to want to work even harder because they're like, man, I'm getting 100% return on my investment. And if you don't use science, you don't get that. And I think that's really the main reason why I use it is I'm in the results business. I'm a sports scientist, but I'm in the results business. That's what I always tell people. Guys that I work with are not going to come to me if I'm not delivering results. They're going to move on. And that probably answers your question as to why Casemiro goes through so many strength coaches because they're not providing the results that he's looking for. That's probably the answer. And so, I deliver. Like I mentioned before, I tell guys if you don't think I did a good enough job, don't pay me. I'm okay with that because I've gone back to the drawing board many times. My system, it was never perfect. I don't make many adjustments to it now because I've finally gotten to a point where the research has given me finite descriptions on what needs to be done. And it's not going to change much at this point. There's nothing new that's going to be introduced to a 3 minute boxing round. I know what is associated with success anaerobically and aerobically, and my system is designed to specifically address those percentages and the breakdown between them for each round. So Casemiro likes that kind of work, in my opinion, based on what I see him doing every time we talk about it when we're training. So it's a great fit for him if that's the way he approaches the training because he's now, getting a firsthand explanation and realizing, okay, this is why it makes sense. And I love giving 100% to something that is going to give me 100% return on my investment. So that's powerful for an athlete and it's powerful for me as a coach.
Actually, I think that's what separates you from the rest because you really know how to communicate and you know how to pump him up somehow. And for my last question, so you work with a lot of world-class athletes. For the people here listening, can you tell us what you've seen in them? That's the common denominator. All these amazing athletes.
Yeah, man, I've taken a long time to try to figure that one out, and I've worked with a lot of athletes that were just below that guy. There's always that one guy who's the best in the world at what he does, and I've been blessed to have like 25 of those guys in different sports. The one thing that they all share is they are never concerned with their opponents. They're always competing with themselves. That's really I mean, there's a lot of things that overlap. A lot of type A personalities in those guys. A lot of introverts. A lot of those elite athletes are introverts, type A personality. Even if you see this happy-go-lucky guy, this persona, you know, there's a part of him that is that guy, but a lot of introverts, a lot of guys that like to go into themselves and do the work, that like to suffer and like to be alone and do the work. And competing with themselves though, I think is the number one common denominator. Most guys, they could care less about their opponents. They're not relevant. It just doesn't make a difference what their opponent's going to do because they know if they do their job, them being the best in the world, it's not going to matter. And so they're competing with themselves every day because that's the best way to get the best out of themselves. That's what I see is when they compete with themselves, they can better themselves every day. If they're competing with their opponent who's not as good as them, they're bringing themselves down to his level. And so the guys that focus on their opponent, to me, that's not going to be the guy. It's always the best guy, the number one guy in the world, the best to ever do it. Is always competing with himself, man. I think that's definitely the number one thing that I've seen. That's what it always is, and I think for me personally, I had a lot of injuries that prevented me from being able to fulfill all of my destinies in sports. But for me personally, I think also what draws me to a lot of these athletes is I was like that as an athlete too. I knew I was the best and I was the only person I was competing with, and it's hard for me to work with athletes when they're not like that. And I've had guys who were world champions or who were the best but weren't like that and didn't necessarily get the best out of themselves, and it was really really hard for me to work with them, and I felt like I was doing it just for a paycheck, and it didn't last, you know. And so I think that's definitely the denominator that works for me as a coach based on what who I am as a person, and it's what works best with my athletes that I have long relationships with, because that's the only way that you're going to be the best in the world, is to just compete with yourself and be better than you were the last time you were out there. And when guys like Casemiro and guys like Usain Bolt and Brittany Reese and Steven Jackson do that, they make history. If you do everything right and they have the right people around them, and we just get the work done and stay focused on what we need to do, they write their own history. And I think that's how they do it, is they're not concerned with anybody else. They're not worried about how history is going to remember them. They're going to write their own history, you know, and they compete with themselves to do that.
Amazing. Thank you for that. That was beautiful.
No problem, man.
Any last question, Sir Nemuel?
Last question. Last
Last
question.
question.
No. We have to
Ah.
respect his time. So for
Mm.
me, I'm good. I'm good. Everything he explained very well, plain and sharp
Mm.
to understand. So I'm good. I'm so happy with all the questions that we did to him. And all I
Mm.
can say is thank you so much, Coach Chad, for the wonderful time you gave it to us. And you explained very well to us how good you are as a coach and
Mm.
conditioning trainer.
Thank you. Those are very kind words. I very much appreciate it.
Yeah.
Very quick one. Very quick one. Just a trivia.
Okay.
Coach Chad Macias only wear Jordan shoes. So you guys
Jordan
know.
shoes.
That's all he wears. And last question, Coach Chad. Prediction. Casimiro Butler fight. What's your prediction? That's it.
So I think Casemiro is going to get him out of there early, man. I think he's super motivated. He wants to put on a really good show. He wants to show the boxing world, his fans, the organizations, I want to make history. I want to be one of the best to ever do this, and it starts now. And I see that in his work, and I see it being over early. I don't think this fight goes the distance. I think Casemiro is so focused, and I think him being a power puncher, I think Butler is going to have a really bad night. I see this being over early.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You heard it.
Okay. Maybe this is the last question. Coach Chad, this question is from our viewers today. No, he is RM. Yeah, he asking that is there any exercise to improve punch absorption, or either you're born with a jaw glass? We've seen a lot of training for neck training. Does it work?
That's a good question. So I haven't looked at enough research studies to give an answer based on what the science says. Um, with that being said, I think it's primarily genetic. Like you mentioned, either you can take a punch or you can't. I don't think that you can make enough of a difference doing any kind of neck training to, if we were measuring your ability to take a punch, I don't think we would be able to measure an increased ability to take a punch from any type of neck training. I do not believe that is something that would happen. Being a former fighter, I understand it's something that you're either born with or you're not. And I think that what I would say is there's a couple things I've seen that can change that. Being out of shape makes it way easier to get knocked out no matter who you are, even if you have a good chin. And I think once a fighter has been knocked out, if they try to come back too soon, I think it changes their career permanently and they never recover. I think Roy Jones is a perfect example of that. After he was knocked out by Antonio Tarver, he fought Glenn Johnson in less than 90 days. It should have been a mandatory 90-day suspension after a knockout. and in at least another 90-day camp before he fought. And I think that altered his career. He never took a good punch again. And he was a guy that never had a problem taking a punch. He went up to heavyweight, took punches from John Ruiz, no problem. And so I think it's something that's genetically given. I don't think you can train in a way that helps you to better absorb a punch in a way that would be measurable. And I think if you're not careful and you come back too soon, you lose your ability to take a good punch. And that's what I've seen in my experience of 35 years of boxing and coaching fighters.
Thank you, Coach Chad. Wonderful. Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah.
Thank you
So,
for all the pearls.
thank you for your time, Coach Chad.
No problem. Let me just say to you guys, thank you very much for the interview and the time. This is some of the best questions I've ever been given. I really enjoy working with Casimiro. I enjoy the love and respect from the Filipino people. I cannot wait till I come to the Philippines to
Wow.
spend some time. I already told my wife and my kids we're definitely going to the Philippines, and I don't travel out of the country a lot anymore. It's a crazy world nowadays, but I really, really look forward to coming to the Philippines. I've known Brandon Vera for a long time. Would love to go over there and catch up with him, catch up with the
Wow.
champ, meet any of you guys. It would be great when I come over there. So I really, it's been a great experience, working with Casimiro and the team, Coach Steve, who was on this call. It's been awesome, man. I'm so happy to be a part of this. I'm very appreciative. I'm very thankful for the hospitality and the great questions from you guys tonight. So thank you very much.
By the way, Coach, before you go, I forgot to ask this question. Just a small thing.
Sure.
You love dogs, right?
Oh, I love
I saw your
dogs.
I saw your German Shepherd.
Yes. I love my
Yeah,
dog.
I
Yes.
have two German Shepherds.
Oh, it's the best dog. I don't have to tell you. You already know it's the best dogs in the
Yeah.
world are German Shepherds. So smart, so loyal, very fierce. My dog Tyson. He's actually here in the room with me right now, laying
Wow.
on the floor. He's a military
Yeah.
trained dog. So
Uh-huh.
he can do some really special things. I work with the Navy SEALs. He's coming down there getting some work with them.
Uh-huh.
So beautiful dogs. I could talk about him all day actually. So he's he's
Wow.
uh he's laying right here. I'm gonna show you guys. He's laying right here.
Oh
There, there,
yeah.
there's
Wow.
there's there's
Yeah.
my Tyson. My Tyson
Yeah.
right behind me.
So I have
So
two German Shepherds, I have two Belgian, I have one Husky, I have one
wow,
Beagle. Yeah.
wow, that's a lot
Yeah.
of
So
dogs.
almost 20 dogs I have.
Wow, that's a lot of dog food to feed that many dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Wow.
Beautiful dog, beautiful dog. I like I
Yeah.
like it.
Yeah, it's a mix. It's a mix.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Thank
awesome.
you
Yeah,
so
I,
much,
I I
Thank you
have a
so
Coach.
big dog. Yeah, thank you,
Thank you
thank you
so much.
guys. Hopefully,
Good
maybe
night.
we
See you
can do this
tomorrow.
again. Maybe after the fight, we maybe have more interview. That'd be great. We can talk after the fight.
Yes,
See you
Yes,
yes,
tomorrow.
yes,
yes,
yes, yes.
yes.
See you
And
tomorrow, coach.
especially we will talk about your holiday in the Philippines after that.
Yes, yes. I have to plan my
Yeah.
trip to the Philippines. I cannot wait, you guys. I'm very excited.
Yeah, Boss Diego is waiting for you in Cebu.
Nice,
It's been an
nice.
honor.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, no.
Thank
Thank you
you.
guys so much. Honestly, I really appreciate it. I look
Thank
forward to
Yeah.
you,
talking to
thank
you guys
you.
again.
I can be your tourist guide here in Philippines.
Hey, I need it, man. Hey, listen, my circle is small, man. All of you guys have treated me so well.
Yeah.
You guys are all my friends now, and I definitely look forward to meeting all you guys if I can.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Good
And
night.
if you also come over to south of France, and I will be your personal bodyguard over here.
Oh man. Hey, listen, I one of my fighters, Mike Lemaire, is from France. My wife, spent a lot of time there traveling. She loves it. I like
Wow.
France. I wouldn't mind going back. So maybe
Oh,
we will
that's
have
cool.
lunch one day, my friend.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, yeah,
Nemo
yeah. I
will
will
take
spend.
will take you out with his yacht. He has a yacht over there. Nemo will take him out
Oh,
with his yacht.
nice,
With your
Yeah,
yacht. He's
yeah,
a
nice.
captain.
Oh, nice, awesome. No, I
yeah.
look forward to it, man.
Yeah, me too. Me
I,
too.
I, I need to take more time to enjoy and appreciate life. So hopefully I get a chance to meet each and every one of you guys. Honestly.
Wow. Thank you so much, Coach, for your time.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Talk to
Thank
you
you so
guys
much.
soon.
See you tomorrow,
Yeah,
Thank you
Coach.
so much,
bye-bye.
Coach.
Bye
Bye
bye.
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 Bye bye. Bye bye.
Bye. So,
Wow.
Yeah.
Ang
Boss
ganda nun.
Diego,
That
Diego,
Boss Jigo, ano
what can
masabi
you,
mo?
What can you say
how
about
we wrap
Diego?
up the way he explained everything about him?
Ano, meron pa tayong post-coital glow, di ba? Iniyot yung
Mm.
utak natin eh.
Oh.
Napakasarap lang. So, pag ano na mag-pilot muna tayo. Ibang klase. I mean, that guy, Coach Macias, iba yung ano eh, yung napag-aralan niya, iba yung background sa dami-dami ng mga world-class athletes na nahawakan niya. Tapos ang galing niya kasi mag-explain eh, 'di ba?
Oo.
I think kaya napaka-successful niya, marunong siya makipag-communicate kung depende sa tao, 'di ba? Sa nahahawakan niya. Ibang klase talaga. And napaka-excited ako kung ano yung makikita natin sa magiging resulta ng paghihirap nila ni Casimero. Mandirigma, can you pull up the
Video.
Yamashita video? Sandali. Sayang hindi ko napakita sa kanya kanina.
Yan.
Again.
Ayun. Diba? Are we gonna see more of that? Are we gonna see more of that? Yung mga ganyang moves kasi, it requires a lot of balance, confidence, and tsaka power talaga para ma-launch yung ganun na attack eh. And Casimero, he's one of those guys na nakakagawa ng ganyan eh. He's very awkward and he's very creative with his attacks. Ano masasabi niyo?
Boss Diego, they're requesting us to speak in Tagalog na. Tagalog na
Hindi ba ako
tayo.
nagtagalog? Nagtagalog yata. Nakalimutan ko.
Lamang yung English eh.
Sorry, na-iyot kasi yung utak ko ng todo eh. Sorry guys.
Yun nga, no? Ang ganda. Ang ganda. Kachat ko pa nga siya ngayon eh. Nagpapasalamat talaga ako sa kanya. Sabi ko sa kanya, I can be...
Yung paghimay-himay niya ng sagot, napakadaling intindihin, no? Although very scientific, pero ang dali mong makats yung impormasyon. Ang galing.
Kasi napanood ko yung ibang interviews niya eh. Talagang nagnam yung utak ko. Hindi kasi, I mean, it's way above my pay grade yung ganyan eh. Mga medical terms and kung ano pinagsabi nila na, si Kuya Stephen pala.
Yeah.
Yes, Stephen. Wala kang audio, nakamute ka.
Nung unang, sorry guys, nung unang nag-meet kami niyan, binanata niya agad ako kasi may mga tanong ko sa kanya eh. Kasi, I work with Memo also. So, may mga tanong ko sa kanya. So, i-explain niya sa akin yung mga medical terms na never ko pang narinig before. Ako, nursing graduate ako. So, para akong, ano ba itong pinagsasabi nitong coach na to? Sabi ko, na gumagamit siya ng mga terminology, medical terminologies na I never heard before. So, at saka, tignan mo naman yung improvement ha. For 2 weeks na kami nag-train sa kanya. Casimiro's best run with 200-meter dash with Coach Memo was 27 seconds. Ngayon na kay Chad siya, in 2 weeks, nakuha niya best record niya is 24 seconds. So 24. That's 3 seconds faster.
Oh.
And
wow.
Casimiro is seeing the results. Nakikita niya yung improvement. Ang laking diferensya nun, yung 3 seconds na yun, faster. You know? At saka
so
sinasabi sa akin ni Tata na nafe-feel niya yung tiyan niya more matigas, saka muscle, saka yung legs niya. So,
grabe no, 2 linggo pa lang yun na Kuya Stephen, no? 2 linggo pa lang yun.
24 seconds. Kaya doon believe si Coach Chad. Na sabi niya yung doon sa calf yung legs ni Casimiro, sabi niya he's a sprinter. He's a, ibang klase. Parang katulad kay Manny, yung calf ni Manny, ang laki-laki rin eh. So, it's a different kind of freak, sabi ni Coach Chad. That's why he likes working with Casimiro kasi siyempre, kinakausap ko ni Coach Chad, tinatranslate ko agad kay Casimiro sa Bisaya. sinusunod niya agad. Kaya tuwan-tuwa sa kanya si Coach Chad, parati siyang ganadong mag-train kay Casimiro. Yun.
Oo.
Galing, no? Anyway, Brother Paul.
Oy, Paul.
Oy.
What's up?
Hello,
Paul
guys.
Ano yung
What's up?
mo? Ano yung masabi mo doon sa mga sinasabi ni Coach Macias?
First of all, I just wanna say hi to Kuya Stephen, Mandirigma, Kuya Nemil. What a show! This interview, I was listening while I was driving. Man, para akong gusto kong tumalon, gusto kong sumayaw sa saya dahil parang nakuha ni Casimiro yung soulmate niya na coach. Alam mo
Yun.
yung ganun? Hindi basta siyang mangyayari yan eh. Grabe talaga. Yung sinasabi niya, look, I think Chad Macias is not just a regular coach. You know what I mean? He's a scientist. That's why I like because he can explain everything that he does to Casimiro. And that's
correct.
As an athlete, that's what you want, man. You want to know, Coach Macias, why am I doing this? You know, you can actually ask him, and he can give you an answer. Alam mo yung ibang coach na, gagawin mo yan dahil gusto kong gawin mo yan. Alam mo yung gano'n, alam mo yung ibang coach, gano'n yung ibang coach, they're treating you like a kid, you know, like, you do it, I want you to do it because I want you to do it. Pero si Chad Macias, hindi. This is why we're doing this, champ, because of this. We're working on this part of your muscles. Alam mo yung mga gano'n, mayroon pa siya mga specifics na kayang ibigay sa'yo. And that's so nice, man. That's so nice. Parang si Casimiro, talaga, man, parang
Super Saiyan na to.
Talaga. Super Saiyan na to.
Super Saiyan na to. Kaya good luck to Paul Butler.
I saw pictures of Casimiro. Nakumpara ko yung mga ibang niya. Man, Casimiro is fit. He doesn't look fat, but he's lean, you know what I mean? Yung parang
Pero tingnan mo yung aura niya, Sir Paul. Tingnan mo yung aura niya. Kakaiba.
And he's happy.
Oo.
He's smiling, he's happy.
Iba talagang nagagawa ng tamang training.
No? Magaling talaga.
Training, iba talaga.
Grabe talaga. Kuya Stephen, ang galing mo talaga, Kuya Stephen. Paano mo nahanap itong mga ganitong talent?
Kaya nga. Paano ba yung nakilala pala?
Oo nga. He mentioned it. There was a guy, he said earlier in the interview.
Vince Para.
I forgot his name. Oh, yeah, that guy.
Vince Para.
Yeah.
And Sir Stephen is working with him.
Galing talaga.
Nakamute ata si
Si Vince Para, siya yung trainer yung unang boxer ko, si Mercito Hesta. Actually, si Coach Carl Peñalosa yung unang nag-train kay Coach kay Mercito Hesta sa Pilipinas pa lang. Nag-meet tuloy sila rito. Hinawakan siya ni Coach Carl Peñalosa, and then si Coach Carl umuwi ng Pilipinas kasi expired yung visa niya. So, ang nagtuloy na humawak kay Mercito Hesta is si Coach Vince Para. Si Vince Para, siya din nag-coach sa former world champion na si Maurice Hooker. I think minention din kayo na Coach Chad yun. Siya rin yung conditioning coach ni Maurice Hooker, WBO junior welterweight, former world junior welterweight champion yun. Siya rin naging conditioning coach na yun. So, tinawagan ko si Vince Para kung meron siyang ibang kilala na strength and conditioning coach. Na-refer niya ako dito. Doon kami nag-meet. Kaya ko siya
nakilala.
Kuha siya kay Tata. It so happened na he's also a nutritionist. So it's kind of killing two birds in one stone.
Galing, no? Galing.
One-stop shop. Ika nga. Parang SM. Lahat na, nasa kanya na.
Yes. As a Casimiro fan, how can we say thank you to you for everything that you do for Champ Casimiro?
Exactly.
Can you please let us know what can we do for you, sir? Please let us know.
Well, all I can ask is continue your support to Casimiro. That's all I ask. We are all just fans here of Casimiro. I consider myself as a fan only. That's it.
Pag pinapanood niyo yung videos, yung training videos nila, andun talaga si Kuya Stephen talagang nakikinig at ina-absorb lang yung ine-explain ni Chad Macias. Kaya thank you talaga.
And there's something I noticed about Dr. Coach Chad Macias, you know.
Yes.
And na-notice ko sa kanya, ang taas ng tingin niya sa talent ni Casimiro.
Sabi nga niya, genetically gifted.
Yes.
Sabi niya, genetically gifted.
And I like that. I
Saka
like
may
that
mga
so much.
yun ang gusto ko kay ano kay Champ Tata no, talagang tinutudo niya talaga yung kanyang ano. Hindi siya ano ba, challenge niya yung sarili niya na makuha talaga yung mga
Oh.
pinapagawa sa kanya.
Naalala mo yung sinabi ni
The best
Coach
talaga.
Chad? Sabi niya, ang kalaban niya lang sarili niya.
Yeah.
The only enemy of him is himself.
Sorry guys, gusto ko lang i-ano tong opportunity na magpasalamat kay Mandirigma and kay
Yes.
Kuya Nimuel dito sa East and West Duo. I mean,
Yes.
masaya naman makipagbakbakan, di ba? Pero yung mga ganitong show na talagang may natututunan tayo because we got a wealth of knowledge from this show. Thanks to these guys. And then, sana yun yung tularan natin. I mean, di ba? There's no need to makipagbakbakan na kasi panalo na si Tata eh.
Exactly, yeah.
Panalo na ya.
Nasa winning team na.
Yeah.
Actually,
Saka-
kay Tata, na yung timbang na lang kay Tata kukunin. Yun na lang kukunin niya, timbang. That's
But
it.
Pero nothing to worry, di ba?
Coach Chad mentioned you have nothing to worry kasi talagang yung system ng plan nandun eh.
It's a perfect fit for
Nakikita
Casemiro.
niya.
That's
Oo.
yun lang sinabi niya. Ang
Galing.
his system is a perfect fit for Casemiro's genetic
He even, that's
niya,
right.
gift.
Yeah. He even said to me that, Steven, I swear on my grandfather's graveyard, he's gonna make weight. I will bet. That's what he told me. I said, okay, coach.
I think Sir Warren DG is here.
Warren DJ? Nawala eh.
Okay.
Nawala. Pero parang nagdoble yung si Maharlika. Saan kaya dito sa'yo, Bro Jigs? Anyway, maraming salamat sa'yo ha. Sobrang salamat talaga sa time mo.
Oh yes, James.
Yeah.
Sobrang grabe. Tsaka yung mga question mo talagang mga malupit yung mga questions talaga. The best.
Yes.
Maraming
I like,
salamat.
I like when
I see.
you give us you gave Chad Macias about your history, about you
Yeah.
didn't take any medicine.
Yeah.
Yung
At saka, and also kay Kuya Coach Ricky talaga nagamit niya yung kanyang experience no as a conditioning coach din. Talagang napakaganda din yung mga tanong niya. Kaya Coach Ricky, maraming salamat at talagang
I welcome natin si Sir Warren DG.
Warren DJ
Sir
yan,
Warren.
dito na pala.
Good morning, sir.
Hi sir, good morning Jets Philippines. Good evening sa US kanina nakikinig lang ako. Late na ako nakapanood pero yung mga sagot niya on point lagi on point. Kaya yung kung maghahabol ka ngayon ng mga next questions mo kasi sa isang sagot niya napakaginto na lahat ng mga sinasabi niya Then kung isa kang athlete lahat yun pwede mo ma-absorb pwede mong gawin lahat yun diba? Another technique yun So, scientifically proven. So, ayun lang nakakatuwa yung tanungan kanina. And then, nakita
Isa pa yung na-absorb
yung-
ko doon, Sir Warren, no? Sorry to interrupt you. Kasi baka makalimutan ko eh. Ang
Go
ganda
ahead,
nung
sir.
sinabi niya na na regarding kay Casemiro, na nakita rin ng mga kasama natin sa baba na talagang siya ay genetically gifted. Yes, sir, continue.
Sabi nga niya, di ba, 35 niya pagka-practice ba na ngayon lang niya nakita yung gano'n na yung nag-pass ng generation yun, yung Manny Pacquiao and Casemiro na mga talent na yan. So, galing lang. Masarap kong dyan. So, parang music to my ears, di ba? So, ayun lang mga
Galing. Tsaka and also gusto kong pasalamatan din yung ating mga viewers, partners, saka yung mga supporters natin na napakaganda rin ng
Matic
kanilang
yun,
mga tanong. Napagaling din na sila RM, sila Bobby G yung nakikita ko kanina at saka and the rest po ng mga viewers, yung mga kadigma natin diyan. Maraming salamat sa inyo. Talagang napakagaling talaga nila. Kumbaga gusto talaga nilang malaman kung ano yung about sa boxing, about kay Chad Macias. Hindi lang yung puro marites ka nga. Talagang nakakatuwa yung ating mga viewers. The best.
Sarap sana interviewin din si Butler no?
Kaya nga pwede no? Pag possible no, kung pwede no. Try natin
Yeah.
kasi hindi naman natin sila talaga pinipersonal na kalaban eh. Siyempre.
Oh, kasi this is also to promote the fight, di ba? Kasi
Oo,
yung
oo.
malapit na eh.
Kaya nga,
Malapit
tanong
na.
natin
This
kung
is
ano yung
also
mga
a way.
paghahanda niya.
What
Possible
do you
pwede.
think, guys?
Good idea.
What do you
I
think,
think it's a
guys?
good idea, you know.
No? Paul Butler.
Sports.
Paaminin
Yeah,
niyo
because,
kung sino yung
because this is
makapili.
sports, right?
Yeah.
This is
Mm.
sports.
Paaminin niyo si
It's a sports
Butler kung
channel.
sino yung makapili.
Yeah, we can ask them. No? Sino yung makapili na yun?
Oh, I think it's a good idea, right?
Nice one.
Pwede,
It
pwede.
was
Sa tingin ko lang.
Edmar Marcel ang nag-ano sa atin, no? Nag-suggest na bakit di natin tanungin si Paul Butler. So siguro tingnan natin, reach out natin, no? Ang dami
Pwede,
ang daming
i-try
naka-line
natin.
up sa atin ngayon, no?
I-try
Marami
natin.
ang dami mga naka-line up talaga. Ang galing.
Marami. Next
Oo.
LS is Manny Melchor. Ano natin yung...
Yes.
Tsaka si
Oo.
Coach Jason, no?
Oo.
Yung ating si Kuya Lods, ang isa sa
Yeah.
pinakamalupit na coach.
No.
Training
Manny
coach.
Melchor is also one of the malupit no sa lower class. He was a world champion before.
So, natapos na tayo dito sa strengthening conditioning coach. Dito naman tayo sa niya, sa boxing training coach.
Oo.
Alam nyo, napansin ko sa daming-daming pinagdaanan na coach ni Janriel Casimero, iba talaga si Master Jason. Kasi parang lumalabas yung pagiging acrobatic ni Janriel Casimero pag si Master Jason ang humawak sa kanya. Kasi may tendency kasi yung ibang coach na gusto nilang i-mold ka kung ano yung dapat yung alam mo yung textbook style ng boxing. So yung mga basically yung natural tendencies ni Casimero parang tinatanggal nila. Pero pag si Master Jason ang nag-coach, iba talaga. Lumalabas yung Shoryuken na punch.
Oo.
Mga ganun.
Kaya kung ano yung nakita mo kanina, na yung nakita mo yung pagka suntok niya kay do sa Japanese.
Palabas natin ulit yun.
Lalabas yun eh.
Mandirigma.
Pagka yan no. Nakita mo yung uppercut na yon.
Ito din malupit din yung niya dito. Uppercut.
Yun no. Tanggal yung no. Tanggal yung mouthpiece.
Ginawa niya rin kay Micah yun kay Duke Micah.
Oo.
Uppercut talaga.
Hindi lang tumama.
Ang maganda kasi pagka magkapatid, ang maganda kasi sa magkapatid, yung connections nila ba, madali na lang silang mag-connect sa isa't isa kasi isipin mo naman magkasama simula pagkabata, di ba?
Kadigma, pwede mong gawing memes yung ginawa niyang suntok kay yung sa Japanese and comparing doon sa animated yung sports na yung mga batang na
Si Ipo?
Yung kid na yun, nasa yun, di ba nasa games yun? Yung moves na yan.
Street Fighter.
Mga pwede niya gawin yan. Kasi yung Inkapi talagang nandun eh. So, ayun lang, naalala ko lang yung game na yung game na yun.
Actually, yung mga pinapangambahan or inaalala ng mga viewers or mga supporters natin about dun sa timbang, hindi na po problema yun ngayon kasi nakita nyo naman si Chad kanina, di ba, sa mga sinasabi niya. Very confident talaga siya. Tsaka makita nyo yung aura ni Champ Casimero ngayon, iba talaga.
No.
So, wag nyo na po isipin yun, mga kadigma. Wala na po yun sa
alam mo partner kung bakit gano'n na lang kakaiba ngayon si Casimero. Kasi nakita na natin na gumagana yung management.
Yes.
Di ba? Yung team Casimero talaga, they're functioning as a team now. Unlike before, na talagang, alam mo yun, para silang nag-umpisa pa lang. Pero ngayon, nakita mo kung gaano ka-solid ang suporta. Kaya wag po natin kalimutan, guys, no, na magpasalamat talaga kay Mr. Climas at saka kay Mr. De La Cruz. Ito talaga yung isa rin sa mga talaga na nagbigay ng inspirasyon siyempre si Sir Stephen.
Stephen talaga yung talagang tumrabaho para dyan.
Correct. Oo. Hindi pwedeng maalis yan
Ang nakikita sa salamat natin. Andun yung respect kay Casimero. At saka importante talaga yan. Kasi if you don't respect Casemiro, yung ginagawa ng kabila noon, in the SG, ganun ang mangyari kasi you don't respect our champion. Ngayong ito, mataas yung respect nila sa champion natin. Kaya ganito sila magdala kay Casemiro.
Yeah. And si Sir Stephen, hindi lang siya master cutman, ano? Master advisor para kay Cham Tata. Actually,
Kuya.
nag-fit talaga sa kanya eh. So, ano yan, inadya ng panahon yan. Inadya ng lahat. So, destiny yan sila na magkita. Kasi,
ito yung yung kanta na pinagtagpo pero tinadhana.
Yan, yun.
At saka bro, na-notice niyo yung sinabi ni Coach Chad kanina na I'm in this in a long term. I like that when you said that. Remember we asked him, bakit hindi ka nagpabayad? Ano bang reasons? Kasi gusto niya mag-gain ang trust ni Casemiro. And I like that. When a man like that wanna gain your trust, I like that. Ang ganda yan, man.
Ganda.
Ganda yan.
Tsaka ang bait niya, ang bait talaga.
Sa lahat na rin sa lahat ng fans si Casemiro talaga, si kayo ang nagbibigay ng lakas ng loob na kanya. Kaya niya itong ginagawa niya. Talaga nagpupursige siya. Kasi dahil sa libu-libong fans na sumusuporta sa kanya at saka siyempre para sa bayan. O siya nga pala, thank you very much nga pala kay Ma'am Ray kanina, umakyat siya. Maganda yung mga tanong ni Ma'am Rachel.
Oo nga pala, Ma'am Ray.
Ma'am Ray.
Being a strength and conditioning coach also, ang ganda ng mga tanong niya kanina eh.
Maganda.
At talagang satisfied siya how Mr. Chad MACIAS answered her question. Galing.
Actually, yes. Actually, same system na.
Oo.
Kaya nakakabilib din to si as a girl, di ba? Na parang ganun siya kagaling pagdating sa pag-train ng mga fighters. No? For the first time.
Yeah.
Kaya talaga, dapat lang talaga na lalaki, babae is level na lang talaga yung
I think that's first in the US. Even in the US. I think she's the first, I think. I'm not sure.
Kaya magaling. Tsaka maraming salamat talaga din sa mga viewers natin. Sobrang galing.
Ganda ng mga tanong kanina, grabe. Nakinig ako. Parang gusto kong sumayaw.
Alam ko marami pang itatanong kaso lang yun nga medyo nakakaya na dun kay Chad. May training pa yun sila bukas.
Sabi naman niya, hindi pa naman after the fight.
After the fight.
Continue chatting with him.
Ganda yun.
Nakita niya sabi niya, wala siyang circle of friends, napakaliit lang. So, kasama na tayo doon sa circle of friends niya na may dadagdag niya.
Kuya Nemil, everybody, I like when Coach Dr. Chad MACIAS explained yung mga detalye. Sabi ko, grabe yung mga scientific. Alam mo yung mga gano'n. Sabi ko,
lalo na yung mga question ni Boss Diego, kung paano niya sinagot, ang galing.
I wanna congratulate you to West and East Duo kasi you made this possible na yung platform pwede makapunta dito yung mga ganitong tao and it's done professionally. You can do this types of stuff and pwede rin kayo makipagbakbakan. Talagang mandirigma talaga.
Pero as I said before, we always go only to the boundary of the law. Hanggang dun lang talaga. We don't go down. We don't go down beyond that.
Kaya nga Kaya in-explain ko nga rin dun sa video Kaya ganun na lang po yung namin, yung tapang na nakikita nyo. Kasi meron po kami mga legal counsel or nag-advise po sa amin kung ano po yung limit lang na pwede namin ibato online. Kaya yun po. Yung mga nananakot sa amin dyan, hello po sa inyo. Meron po kaming legal advisor.
Ang laki na kaibahan yung sinasabi ni SV na nangyayari ngayon. It's a big contrast talaga. Hindi totoo. Lahat na sinabi niya, wala talaga. I'm just saying, sorry SB, wala akong personal na sinabi. Sa'yo bro, pero based lang sa mga sinabi mo in public lang Wala na. Yun lang naman.
Kaya nga
Nothing personal.
Sana na rin para ano na rin para i-aware na rin natin yung mga tao kasi nabanggit na rin naman ni partner ni Well about dun sa legal counsel natin. So yun na, i-aware na lang din natin para sa lahat to na ganun nga. Lahat ng binibitawan namin salita dito kaya ganito kami katapang din. Dahil kampante kami na nasa tama yung mga binibigkas namin dito na binabato namin online. Para to sana karapatan.
Yeah,
No
meron
one
yata
can
sasabihin
no one can stop
si
that. Ha?
Kuya Stephen. He wants
Okay,
to
yeah.
say something.
Yeah, para tayong binigyan niya ng seminar about strength and
Yo.
conditioning. So, hindi rin naman pwede rin nating apply sa sarili nating buhay yun. Hindi lang pang athlete yun eh. If you want to be healthy, you can also apply that to yourself. So marami tayong natutunan sa kanya. You know? So, maganda talaga yung ginawa niya. Parang in-educate niya tayo.
Yun din ang reaction ni Kuya Stephen ni Skyler. Sabi ni Skyler, libreng seminar.
Exactly.
Libreng seminar.
Tama.
Guys,
Ako parang
mauna na pala ako, pero before I go, I just wanna thank everyone, kayo lahat. Thank you for making this happen. Thank you for inviting me. And ang dami kong natutunan. And sana sa mga nakikinig, marami din kayong natutunan. And if may time kayo later, mag-comment kayo sa video ni Mandirigma sa stream na to, or mag-comment kayo or magtanong kayo ng something kasi it really helps the algorithm para mapakita pa. Let's share his videos kasi maganda yung ginagawa ni Mandirigma. And if may time kayo, subscribe na rin sa akin. Thank you guys.
Yes.
Mahal kita.
Partner, pwedeng paki-highlights mo muna yung ni Entoy Alas TV.
Intoy Alas TV. Saan ba yan? Balikan ko lang ha.
Ako na lang, babasahin ko na lang.
Sige.
Sabi ni Entoy Alas TV, kayo na ang bagong sports analyst ng Pinas. West and East do. Pabasa po, Kadigma.
Thank you, Intoy. Thank you. Ito ay para din sa inyo, sa lahat ng mga supporters ng boxing, lalo kay Casimero, kay Champ Donaire, lahat po ng mga champions natin. Yun, hindi natin nahayaan na bababuyin. Tsaka siyempre, makakakita din po kayo dito sa channel namin ng katulad nito, na educate kayo about sa conditioning, di ba, ng mga atleta natin. Kaya, hindi lang tayo dito puro barabas. Meron din tayo. Hindi lang puro barabas, meron din tayo mga educational dito. Content, ika nga. Kaya maraming salamat sa inyo lahat. Umalis na siya. Maraming salamat sa iyo, Bro Jago, no? Maraming salamat. At saka partner, sana
kung pwede.
Oo.
Bro, gusto ko sanang i-request kay Diego na, Diego, pwede bang regular ka na dito everyday? Pag every time na merong show sila Mandirigma.
Sir Paul.
Tatlo, man.
Sir Paul, meron kasi ako hindi ko may pa-promise ngayong summer kung gaano yung yung schedule ko. So, meron ng pinlano na na magsasama sila ni Mandirigma at ni Boss Diego. Para lang kasi alam mo na, buhay ng alipin, kailangan alam mo yon. So, pero hindi naman ako mawawala from time to time.
Okay, tawagan lagi na kayo ni Mel pag may-miss
Actually, yung pinaplan namin, yung nabanggit ngayon ni partner Sir Nimwell, West and East kasi is about parang public service sa mga boksingero. Yung tutulong sa mga karapatan ng ating mga boksingero. Doon naman kay Diego with your Mandirigma, naman kami doon parang eyewitness naman, parang documentary about sa mga athletes. Paano yung mga style nila. Walang toxic doon, no toxicity. Puro lang talaga, puro positive lang. Talagang focus lang doon sa mga atleta. Hindi siya din puro boxers lang. Mga lahat ng mga combat sports like mga nagkakarate, taekwondo. So, inaalam namin yung mga nila, mga expertise at saka mga inspiration nila, paano sila napasok diyan, bakit yan ang napili nila. Yung mga ganun something na ganun. So, walang issue, ika nga. Kung may issue man siya.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. Akala
Di,
ko parang style bitag eh. Gagawin niyo eh.
bitag yan. Yung bitag. Yung bitag, dito yun. West and East yun.
Kailangan tayo ng lawyer doon.
Di, yung ano naman, pang West and East yun, pagdating sa mga ganung mga bagay na kung sino yung mga boxers na kailangan ng tulong namin na i-expose kung ano yung mga gusto nyong i-expose, willing po kami dito na ma-interview po kayo. Sa West and East yun.
O not only
Willing po
boxers, even promoters. Even promoters, managers, kung meron silang hinain regarding boxing. Kasi ang West and East duo in the service of Filipino. Boxers, managers, promoters.
Yeah. Actually, pwede mo na rin i-ano, no? May possible tayong makakapanayam, no? Hindi lang siya athletes, bigyan na natin ng hint na partner, heads up. Partner, no? So abangan niyo rin po 'yun. Hindi lang po talaga fighters yung aming dito. Sino?
Si Sir Stephen, andito pa?
Andito.
Yes.
Sir Stephen, nakausap ko si Julia Jan. Sabi niya, di ba okay na yung sabi niya, pwede mo daw gamitin yung card niya doon.
Okay, Coach Ricky, we'll talk it later. We'll talk it later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're in live.
Thank you.
Okay.
We're in live kaya Coach.
Naglilinis ako.
Naka-live tayo. We have 220 people watching us. Maraming salamat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pulverizer.
Kanina
Ay, kuya?
Are you driving?
Sorry kuya, bad ng signal.
Are you driving right now?
Yeah, I'm driving right now, kuya.
Oh, wow.
Umakitan talaga kasi ang ganda kasi ng usapan eh. Ang ganda talaga. I'm so happy for Casimero and the entire team and the entire community. I'm so happy kaya umakyat lang talaga ako. I just want to express how happy I am.
Yeah, pwede mo i-share yung mga snow natin dyan?
Gabi na.
Wala
na.
Gabi.
Pero talaga, thank you kuya. Ang galing talaga ng ginawa niyo for Casimero. Grabe. Thank you Lord. Ang ganda.
Actually, marami pa kayong aabangan, di ba? Partner sa Ranimelo, si partner talaga. Meron siyang...
So marami tayong mga nire-research pa na problema na i-address din natin dito. So, by the grace of God, tayo dyan. Aabot tayo dyan. Meron na kaming mga nakasalang na. Kumbaga iluluto na lang natin dito sa West and East Do na makakaragdag na naman sa ating kaalaman regarding sa boxing.
Kaya nga. Ako naman, kampante din talaga ako sa bagong manager ngayon ni Cham Casimero kasi siya yung klase yung manager na na pamilya talaga yung touring, talaga brother niya talaga yung mga boxers yung touring niya. Kasi pag once na may na tumatarantado sa mga fighters niya, talagang makikita mo yung galit niya eh.
Yeah.
Diba?
Yeah.
Iba. Mumurahin niya talaga yung mga mga reporter na yon na nagbibigay ng mga fake news like doon kay Usyk na litly lang. Nagalit siya doon kay Mike Kopinger.
Kahapon.
Nagalit siya. So
talaga bro.
Oh yeah, grabe yung galit niya talaga. Kaya doon ko nakita yung sabi ko ang swerte naman ni Cuadro Alas na napunta siya dito sa kay Mr. Igis Climas talagang maraming salamat. Thank you Lord at talagang ito na yung ito na yung oras time talaga to shine ni Cuadro Alas. Yeah.
Alam mo bro, I don't know why but every time I hear good news about Casimero, about his career and family, and nakikita ko agad whose face makikita ko agad sa utak ko is Kuya Stephen man. Parang Kuya Stephen, thank you.
Siya talaga.
Actually wala naman talagang iba.
Walang iba. Siya talaga.
All of these moves.
Kaya lang, sabi ni Kuya Stephen, yung lahat ng strength na taglay niya ngayon, nang dahil sa lahat ng mga Casimero fans. Yeah. Nandiyan ang SBD, nandiyan ang Tubol, nandiyan ang lahat, all types of Team Philippines, kumbaga lahat. Kaya
Yeah.
sabi ni Kuya Stephen, although napakadami niyang nakaatang sa balikat niya, pero he can carry it lightly because of us, because of our support.
Yeah.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah.
Sabi ni ano dito, no? Sabi ni Pedro TV, kung possible daw ma-interview natin si Mr. Igis Climas. If
Oh.
if possible.
Medyo
Yeah.
pa yun sa emosyon
Who
ngayon.
knows, no?
Dahil sa nangyari sa Ukraine, maybe not now. I
After
don't
the
know.
fight, maybe, siguro, no?
After the fight. Maybe after the fight. I can arrange that. Ma-arrange ko yan, Kadigma. Medyo short interview lang.
Yeah,
Yeah,
short
short interview. Yeah.
30 minutes lang about the fight.
15
About the
minutes.
fight lang tayo.
Oo.
We are talking about fights lang. Wag na yung mga personal kasi i-research na lang
Yeah.
nila.
Oo.
Yung Ukraine kasi ngayon, medyo magbaka doon. Nakakaawa yung country niya ngayon.
Kaya nga. About the fights lang kung ano yung ano niya. Wag na yung mga about sa kanya.
Kasi ano lang yun, dalawa lang yung itatanong natin about the fights, result, and the plan for Casemiro.
Yes, yan. Pwede.
Yun lang.
Yan, pwede.
That's it.
Yan lang.
That's it.
Ganun lang.
I can arrange that after the fight.
Wow, thank
Ayan.
you. Thank
Oh,
you,
mga
Kuya
kadigma,
Stephen.
may bago tayong abangan ha.
Galing.
The manager naman.
Oo.
Kasi nandun silang
abang
dalawa
lang.
sa laban eh. Mr. De La Cruz and Climas will be there in UK for this fight.
Wow.
Silang dalawa nandun, so.
Oh, wow.
The best yan. Inaabangan natin yan. Sana
kinikilig
makuha
ako.
natin.
Bro,
Talagang ang sarap,
kinikilig
no?
ako, bro. Kinikilig ako.
Oo.
Kaya tama talaga yung sinabi ni Boss Diego. Huwag na tayo makipagbangayan kasi wala na eh. We're
Wala
winning. We're winning.
Tapos na
Oo,
talaga.
we're winning.
Kumbaga, focus na lang tayo doon sa mga plan natin in the future na
Wow.
lang or para sa ngayon. Kasi wala naman talaga eh. Ano pa ba? Ano pa bang ano nila? Wala na, no?
Correct.
Panalo na talaga tayo. Nandiyan na, kompleto na tayo lahat. May magandang manager, may magandang strengthening coach. So wala na. Yung mga binabato nilang kung ano-ano pang timbang-timbang na yun, wala na yan. It's useless. Nonsense.
Ikit lang yan, ikit. Sorry sa kanin mo. Dapat
Kanina pa ako hikab na hikab. Alas 2 pa lang dito, nagising na ako eh.
Kaya abangan nyo na lang yung mga next guest namin. Siguro, possible kung kaya natin si GC Vargas din, partner, no? Sana.
No,
Possible.
Kaya talaga.
Yeah, GC Vargas. Hopefully, soon. Yes, soon.
Jesse Vargas.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Ano namin yung level up ng Western East do. Hindi lang tayo for local. Siyempre kausapin na rin natin yung mga connected din sa ating mga fighters na mga ibang
So
bansa.
inumpisa natin ngayong araw na to na ang interview natin ay English speaking guest. So tuloy-tuloy na to.
At saka,
Tuloy-tuloy
Mandela,
na
make sure
to.
you buy the Mexican flag, because the Mexican fighters, man, they're all about their pride, The Mexican, man.
Yeah. Saka siyempre i-accept natin sila as family, siyempre.
Open arms.
Kadigma,
Yes.
sana I'm sorry to cut you off. Sana nga matapos na yung kaguluhan sa Ukraine kasi naki naman tayo ngayon, naki De La Cruz at saka may mga boxer sila na si De La Cruz may sarili boxer, si Mr. Climas meron din. Mabait naman sila eh. So hopefully matapos yung
gulo.
gera sa Europe. Who knows? Maybe someday baka maging guest mo dito si Lomachenko at saka si Usyk.
Wow! Yan the best. Ang bihira, no? Ang bihira.
Mr. Climas. Madaling ka
The best yan.
Wow.
Lomachenko pala, no? Sila Usyk, no? Grabe. Yan yung pinaka-goal natin, pinaka-dream natin na feeling ko para maabot na natin, no? Kasi andyan na connected tayo malapit tayo sa sa luwag ba? Malapit tayo sa kalaha, sa kawali. Naku, partner mo kang.
Ang ganda ng brand mo.
Kaya tsaka maraming talagang natuwa din ako sa kakausap ko siya kanina si Coach MACIAS, no. Talagang sabi niya, good show, maganda yung good questions, kaya nakakatuwa din na marinig sa kanya 'yon. Tapos gusto daw niyang pumasyal din dito sa Pilipinas.
Tsaka overwhelming yung overwhelming yung tanggap ng ating mga viewers, partner. Talagang
I like when Diego said I like when Diego said, alam mo yung kasi sinasabi ni Diego, almost lahat daw ng mga, alam mo yung mga doktor, mga ano daw ba, hindi ganun yung itsura, parang mga nerdy kunti, di ba? Yung mga ganun yung itsura. But when he said that, but when I look at you, Sir Macias, Dr. Macias, nakita tayo parang one of the homies lang daw, parang yung mga kaibigan natin na kalaro natin sa basketball every hapon. Alam mo yung ganun.
Kaya nga.
Pero
Mukhang hindi.
but when once he starts talking about his stuff, alam niya yung sinasabi niya. Alam mo matalino talaga siya.
Correct. Napaka-simple lang, no? He's just a simple guy.
Parang ano lang, no? Pa-short lang, no? Parang hindi pero makita mo yung mga ano niya, mga credential niya, malulupit. Isipin mo ba naman, ano siya? Research scientist ng ano? Institute of Human Kinetics Lab. Nandun lahat yung mga athletes nila, yung mga galing nilang athletes nandun. Tapos ano pa siya?
Sa cancer.
Tapos naging ano rin pala siya. Former faculty ng University of San Diego. Isipin mo yun.
Yes.
Grabe, no? Pero habla Espanyol pa, no? Habla Espanyol pa.
Tapos ano pa siya? Molecular physiologist.
Yeah, pulverizer. He's the director of human development at Los Angeles Chargers.
Really?
Yeah.
Kuya Stephen, you're no joking, yeah.
No, I'm serious.
Sinabi niya yun kanina.
Holy moly, man.
Los Angeles Chargers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Kung hindi lang tayo sa boxing, sarap din mag-invite ng mga athlete. Bakit pwede ma-invite mga athlete mo diyan, mga ibang
Gawin niyo na yan kay sa show niyo ni Boss Diego.
At saka Kuya Stephen, for the fact that the US government placed their trust on this guy to train their best warrior, the US Navy SEALs.
Yeah.
That fact alone, bro. Kasi alam mo kasi US military, they spent trillions of dollars on their military. And they trust this guy to train their best guys, man.
Yeah.
Ganun kagaling Chad Masigas.
Ano siya,
Coach.
Actually, the gym that we use, yung ginagamit niyang gym, hindi sa kanya yon. They build that gym para gamitin niya para sa mga special forces, privately owned.
Wow!
Kasi wala siyang sariling gym eh. So, ginawa ng government, okay, we'll build a gym for you. Diyan ka magturo. Diyan mo i-train yung mga special forces, yung mga privately. So, kaya yung gym niya, walang pangalan. Walang pangalan sa labas. Kasi ano ma-attract yung mga tao. You know?
Galing, no?
They have the best equipment there inside.
Yeah, we saw it. Wow.
Paano niya ina-handle yung oras niya? For example, ngayon, tinitrain niya si Casimero. Paano ba yan? In 3 months,
yung ngayon kasi off-season ng NFL ngayon eh. Off-season ng NFL. Di ba, Pulverizer? Off-season ng NFL. So, medyo
off-season right now.
Yes, that's why he can concentrate with Casimiro. Tapos, meron siyang ibang athletes na hinawakan. So, he really manages time. You know?
So, paano pala pag nagkataon na may season yung NFL, hindi siya available for Casimero?
No problem kasi we can adjust his time. Kung anong time gusto niya, then we will go for it.
Okay. Time management naman yan.
Kami mag-adjust sa kanya.
Time management.
Pwede.
Yung continuity ng training niya kay Casimiro.
Tsaka mukhang siya, no? Alive talagang, parang ba? Kumbaga, maliksi talaga siya. Gusto niya talaga yung ginagawa niya kasi. Sipin mo, kahit hindi siya bayaran, muna for the meantime kasi gusto niya lang i-introduce.
Kasi he wants to see the result.
Yeah.
There you go. Yep. That's the essence of his word. I want you to see the result of your training.
Yan ang passion. Yan ang passion talaga, no?
At saka, he's very confident na babalik si Casimiro sa kanya. Once
pero anong na-feel niya ni Champ Casimero ngayon? Under Chad Macias. Ma-feel niya? Anong malakas ba?
Ang sinasabi sa akin ni Tata, ang feeling niya, mas magaan siya ngayon. Mas mobile siya. You know? Napipil niya yung tumitigas yung muscle niya. You know, yung legs niya. More explosive siya ngayon, yung napipil niya. Sabi nga niya,
grabe, no?
Timbang naman ko natin, then we'll go fine. I'm good to go. Sabi niya.
Sabi
Ganda.
ni Kuya Stephen, sabi ni Chan Macias, ano daw, para daw siya nakahanap ng ginto, diamond.
Yeah.
Kasi,
Galing na talaga.
kasi tinitingnan na yung katawan ni Casimiro. Ano daw, parang naturally, built, yung built talaga ni Casimiro, ang ganda na talaga yung muscle siya na alam mo yung, iba talaga daw, yung sinasabi niya ang mga rare breed of athletes, yung mga nagiging Hall of Fame, nagiging legendary type of fighters. Ganun niya di-describe si Casimiro, man.
Sabi nga niya doon sa Instagram niya na sabi niya, I am training with the beast. Grabe. Isang halimaw. Tapos andun si Casimero.
Kaya siya bumili kay Casimiro kasi minsan gusto niyang gumawa si Casimiro ng 200 meter dash 3 beses. Talaga ibigay niya lahat. Ginagawa ni Casimiro 5 beses kaya napapailing siya. Wow!
Sobra.
Kasi tandaan niya ibang cases. Sabi niya,
wow.
Pagkatapos ng pangatlong takbo ni Casimiro, lalapit ako si Casimiro. Sabi ko, kumusta? Okay lang? Gagawa pa ako ng 2. Tapos sasabihin ko kay Chad, Coach, he's gonna do 2 more. What? Hihiling siya gano'n. Okay. Kaya tuwan-tuwa siya kay Casimiro Talagang pinupush niya sarili niya. Yung hard work talaga.
Oo.
Saka,
kaya
sa mga viewers natin kanina.
Papi.
Talagang ang tatalino ng mga katanungan ng mga viewers natin kanina. Talagang nababasa.
Nagulat ako.
So, ito yun When you want in positivity, ito yan.
Iba talaga.
Malalagay sa yung mind mo, hindi ka kakainin ng isang bagay na ikakasira ng buhay mo. Ito, may knowledge ka Ito, kung fans ka, ito ang boxing, ito ang nararapat sa'yo. Ito yung information na ipinipid na libre. Diba? It's up to you paano mo i-apply at paano mo ma-improve yung skills mo at saka yung kung athlete ka, talagang matututo ka. Kasi free. Diba? Salamat sa Western Duo, diba? Ang galing nyo. Salamat sa pag-invite. Ang galing.
Okay, Stephen.
Nakapin yan. Kanina pa mo.
Yes, sir.
At saka tawag dito. Sige. Bro. Gusto ko lang pasalamatan. Gusto ko lang kasi ipasub sa mga kadigma natin si Bro Diego. Nakapin po sa taas yung kanyang channel
yes, please.
Please po paki-subscribe po yung ating Ginoong Diego Bandido na isa sa pinakamagaling talagang
suportahan po natin yung channel niya, guys. No?
Kaya yun na. Yes, Bro Paul.
Yeah, gusto ko lang kasi alam mo yung the way he got treated sa yung past niyang team. Parang they treated him like they can duplicate his talent. Yung God-given talent. Tingnan nyo na nakita nga ni Dr. Chad Macias na ang talent talaga na gift ni Casimiro, hindi to basta-basta. Because it's genetic. Genetic yung gift na binigay ni Lord Casimiro naka-ingrain na yan sa every molecule sa tissue at organs at katawan ni Casimiro. Hindi yan basta-basta ma-duplicate yan.
Correct.
Kaya nga
I agree.
Saka basta ako natutuwa lang din talaga ako sa mga viewers natin kanina kasi nakikita ko kasi Sir Stephen yung for the first time na wala ako nakitang nagwawalwal diyan na puro lang away lang. Talagang matatalino, sabi ko marami talagang matatalino talagang mga viewers natin. Akala ko kasi puro away lang. Marami talaga magagaling. Kinakatuwa na ko, wow.
Ito yung mga quality viewers na nanatili.
Basahin mo naman saglit yung mga nasa baba ngayon, may time tayo na basahin sila.
Siyempre maraming salamat talaga ito kay Ken Viper, lagi ko nakikita nakasuporta sa atin. Maraming salamat sa mga binabantayan mo din. Yung ating mga mga kadigmaan dito sa baba, nagbabantay sa ating comment section. Sila No Curfew, sila Mami Grace Kelly, maraming salamat sa iyo. Si Fredway TV, si Roots and Culture, maraming salamat. Sino pa bang nandito?
Si Ma'am Carmen.
Marky Brad, maraming salamat.
Si Tigres. Si Istoryahe, sila, BLJ.
Bobby G, maraming salamat sa iyo, Bobby G. Ito pala si Bobby G, Ano pala to siya, parang MMA fighter ata yan, mixed martial arts fighter, sabi niya kanina. Gusto niya
Wow.
mag-join eh. Pakyatin kaya natin siya.
Oh, yeah.
Sige kasi
May issue show.
he's also an
Sige,
athlete.
okay.
Yeah, why
Sige.
not?
Bobby G, come over.
I'm pretty much sure he learned a lot from Coach Chad. Athlete
Yeah.
pala yan.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly. Kila JPH, maraming salamat sa iyo. Kila Intoy, Alas TV. Kila Call
Rugby boy.
JTV.
Rugby boy.
Buhok ni Coach Ricky. Shout out din sa iyo, brother.
Hindi mo naman ang buhok, Coach.
Binasa ko na. Binasa ko na lahat-lahat. No? Sila Bradix. Yeah. Sila No Curfew. Andito rin. Nakita ko kanina si Skyler, sila Ma'am Carmen, sila RM. Maraming salamat sa mga tanong mo din kanina. Si RM. Sila Triggerman TV.
Partner, pakiano mo nga muna si Entoy Alas TV.
Ano yan? Saan yan?
Paki-shout out mo, please.
Intoy, Alas TV, shout out sa iyo, no? Ayan, Kadigma. Maraming salamat sa iyo, Intoy. Lagi kong nakikita to si Intoy, no? Sige lang, basta lahat ng lagi kong nakikita dito, bibigyan ko kayo ng jacket para sukli din sa inyo sa pagiging solid supporter nyo dito sa Western East Duo, dito sa Mandirigma 8-0.
Tito Jerry, bro. Tito Jerry was here. Jerry Marshall.
Jerry Marshall.
Yeah, he was there earlier.
Sino to si Jukwan? Uy, Maharlika. Thank you so much, Bro Jigs. Talagang great show. Pambuhay naman, no? This is the kind of channel we have to support. Talagang binigyan ako ni lang
Thank you, Maharlika.
Maharlika. Maraming salamat sa iyo, Bro Jigs.
Wow. Thank you.
Yung akin, bro, video na bro. Ibigay mo sa akin yung video mo.
Salamat, bro. Thanks. Hindi na ako tatanggi kasi sabi nga nila, pangit doon tumanggi sa grasya.
Send mo sa akin video.
Salamat. Sino pala to si Jukwan? Di ko alam kung ayaw magpakita ng video eh. Si ano yung inaantay ko eh.
Pakita bro.
Pag walang video,
video muna. Labas mo muna yung mo, Bobby G. Mukha mo para
clear yung face.
Para maganda kasi yung nagsasalita na nakikilala ka ng mga tao.
Yeah. Professional level tong kay Mandirigma eh.
Yeah, gusto ko kasi itong mga ginoo natin dito.
Pwede naman siya magpakita ng sa iyo Kadigma siya, and then afterwards na pag umakit na siya, pwede na niyang mag-avatar.
Pwede na. Pero kung maganda, mas maganda kasi na may mukha din.
Yeah.
Kadigma.
Shy daw.
Pwedeng pakibigyan mo ng jacket yung pamangkin ko, si Baldival.
Yeah. Share ko to. Nandyan ka pa ba? Kasi siya yung parang ko ngayon eh, yung sumusuporta sa akin pagdating sa mga jacket. Yeah.
Pamangkin ko yan. Solid yan, solid.
Sige, paakyatin ko na lang doon si nakita walang mukha kasi shy daw siya. Yes, go ahead. Kadigma, Jokwan.
Hello, good afternoon po. Ako din po.
Good afternoon. Bobby G, yes. Maraming salamat.
Siya rin pala yun. Magandang hapon, sir. Magandang hapon, sir.
Nabanggit mo kanina is parang nagtitrain ka rin as mixed martial arts. Okay.
Baga nagtitraining po ako ng mixed martial arts. Tapos Muay Thai, kickboxing, jiu-jitsu. Tapos nag-powerlifting din po ako. Pero hindi po ako lumalabang kasi ayoko mag-brain damage. Nakaka-brain damage po yun. Parang interested lang ako sa science ng martial arts at saka sa science ng sports. Kaya very interested po ako sa usapang kanina ni Chad Macias. Napakarami po niyang binigay na information na normally hindi mo marinig sa ibang coaches.
Exactly.
Napaka-scientific po niya, napaka-scientific. Based sa science. Di ba science? Based on experiments at saka studies. Kaya malaking possibility, factual yung sinasabi niya. Kaya maraming salamat po dahil naging guest na siya kanina. Dami ko po natutunan. Maraming salamat.
Yun.
Saan po kayo uli, sir, naka-base, sir?
Sa Philippines po.
What time saang city?
Caloocan po.
Okay, sir. Okay.
1:45 PM po dito. Kasi magkatayo din po ako ng gym business.
Wow. Ngayon, sir, pag may mga fighters na kayo, don't be shy na i-promote natin dito sa sa West and East Do.
Dito sa show namin.
At saka nga po, sa tatayo ko pong gym, lalagay ko malaking poster ni Quadro Alas doon. Sa tabi ng mga
Yun, wow.
Fan po ako ni Quado Alas eh.
Wow.
Sir
Very
Stephen,
soon, sir. Pwede natin i-promote yung ano mo, boxing gym mo.
Hindi, wala pa po akong, baga, ano po yun, parang bakal gym, which is bodybuilding, powerlifting, fitness, at saka martial arts. Pero wala pa po akong best, pero meron na akong gamit. Nasa bahay na yung gamit ko ngayon.
Di bale.
Napaka-interested po ako sa sports science.
Good start siya, good start. Anyway, pasalamatan ko muna si Edwina Michelle no, na nagbigay po sa atin ng $5. Maraming salamat po sa iyo, Ma'am Edwina. Maraming salamat.
Thank you po. Thank you.
Jokwan.
Yes, Sir Stephen.
Jokwan, sir. Napakaganda, naka-ano tayo ng libreng seminar galing sa napakagaling na strength and conditioning coach. Di ba?
Normally po may bayad po yun. Normally may bayad yung binibigay ng information.
Yes. It's free, no?
Mga knowledge.
Pasensya po kung makulit. Tanong ako sa baba eh. Pasensya po kung makulit.
Hindi, tama lang yun.
Interested lang ako.
The best yun, the best yun. The best yun.
Kasi interactive ito eh. Interactive. Ibig sabihin nun, lahat ay allowed magtanong.
Yun nga lang, dahil sa sobrang dami ng comments nyo, marami kayo eh. Medyo talagang tsambahan lang. Kung madaanan lang ng mata ko, yun lang yung talagang naibibigay ko na tanong para sa guest natin. So I hope no, yung mga tanong nyo is natanong din, nasagot niya. Kumbaga, kung hindi man kayo yung nag-question, related dun sa mga ibinabato din tanong ng ibang panel natin dito.
May tanong po kay Magbandiligma. Kawig niyo po sino nito Donaire? Kamag-anak niyo.
Maraming nagsabi sa akin. Ganun na. Hindi po, not related po. Wala po kaming
sa akin, sir, sinong kahawig ko?
Parang si FPJ po, FPJ. Sir Stephen, bago po umalis, lang po.
Babiji ko naman tanong ko. Ilang
sandali lang, si ano muna, may tanong muna daw Bro Warren, si Bobby G.
Go ahead.
Sir Stephen, di ba Catman po kayo? Catman ba po kayo?
Yes,
Sir Stephen, kasi kung nanonood po akong boxing, nakikita ko yung mga ginagawa ng Catman. Yung pinapahid na parang cream sa sugat, kasi may parang plancha. Pwede pa explain po yung ginagawa po nun, yung basic na ginagawa nun?
Okay. Yung ina-apply na parang cream, ano lang yung cream, Vaseline lang yun. Vaseline.
Okay.
Ang purpose ng Vaseline para mag-slide yung gloves ng kalaban. Kasi kung walang Vaseline, madaling magkaroon ng cut yung mukha ng boxer.
Mag-friction, may friction.
Yeah, friction. Kasi pag walang Vaseline, yung leather kasi yung gloves, pag sinapo ka ng ganun, talaga madali kang mag-cut. So yun ang purpose ng Vaseline. Ngayon yung sinasabi namang plancha, ang tawag doon sa English, ends well. Ang purpose naman ng ends well, para i-minimize yung swelling ng mukha. Kailangan, binababad lang sa ice yun. Metal yun. Ibababad mo sa ice para malamig na malamig. So, kasi meron kang 1 minute in each round to work. So, maximum 50 seconds lang yun eh. So, tatrabahin mo let's say may swelling dito sa babang sa mata, ipipress mo yung ganun yun para minimize yung swelling para hindi ma-obstruct yung paningin ng boxer mo. Yun lang yun.
Yes. Last po, follow-up question. Di ba paano kung sa boxing may sugat, dumudugo? Anong ginagawa niyo po?
Naman, gumagamit ako ng adrenaline. Yeah, ginagamit ko doon yung anticoagulant para mag-clot agad yung yung dugo at ma-minimize yung ma-stop yung bleeding. Yun ang pinaka main purpose mo doon. So gumagamit ako ng adrenaline, yung epinephrine, isuspoke mo yung Q-tips, i-apply mo dun sa sugat para mag-stop yung bleeding. Same thing, we got 1 minute after that. So, applyin mo ng, let's say, 45 seconds bago mo lagyan ng Vaseline yon, and hopefully, it will stop. Yeah, ganun yun. Yun ang
Pinapahimik mo na po. Salamat po. Mag-mute mo na ako.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Maraming salamat sa iyo, Bobby G, no? Sa pag din kanina pag-participate ng ating
may tatanong pa sana si Sir Warren.
Sino? Yes. Di nakamute lang naman siya. You can ask
okay. Ano yun, Sir Warren?
Tatanong ko lang kay Bobby G kasi parang ngayon ko lang din siya nakita at paano siya napadaan dito sa channel ninyo. Kasi ang ganda ng mga inputs niya kanina.
Ang ganda.
Kasi po, una po, hindi ko kilala dati si Quadro Alas. Kasi more interested po ako sa MMA. Nakita ko po siya sa, parang hinahamon siya ni Billy Jack sa Battle of the YouTubers. Tapos, napansin ko, naging fan na rin ako noon. Dati fan pa ako nila SB at saka nila David. Pero yung ugali po nila minsan minsan negative. Kaya sumaid na ako minsan sa Team Casimiro kasi more positivity sila. Tapos nakita ko po yung channel na to, na-interview yung si Chad Macias. Kaya napunta po ako dito. Minsan nagpupunta din po ako kay Kuya Joseph.
Ayun, thank you.
Nagtanong nga po ako tungkol sa Mason di ba? Kuya Stephen.
Sila Mason sila.
Mason.
Ikaw ba yun? Okay.
Ako po yun. Makulit po ako, tanong ako, di ba? Nalala niyo po?
Okay lang yun, wala namang problema sa tanong.
Salamat po.
Okay.
Maganda nga. Natutuwa nga ako dito kanina kay Bobby G kasi sobrang dami talaga niyang tinanong na. Nakikita ko yung mga tanong niya very naman talaga, magagandang tanong.
Kasi po, nag-train din po ako, na-encounter ko yung mga problems na yun. Yung mga, kasi importante po na tama yung ginagawa mo sa strength and conditioning. Kasi pwede kang ma-injury kung mali ginagawa mo. Pwede din maging iba result, matalo ka. At saka, sa example, di maganda yung strength and conditioning coach mo. Pwedeng mapahamak yung laban mo dahil doon.
Tama.
At saka, pwede pag-usapan po natin yung nangyari. Di ba may natalo tayong isang world champion? Sino yun? Ano pangalan po nun?
Sino si Gio? Gio Santissima?
Yung recently, natalo po siya. Ang
Kahas.
Yeah.
Kahas.
Hindi ko po masyado napanood yung laban yun. Ba't po siya natalo? Di ba siya makakilos?
Kasi siya so over-dehydrated talaga. Inabot niya yung timbang niya. Last minute ng fight niya.
Okay. Sino po yung strength and conditioning coach niya? Si Sir Memo?
No. Wala.
Hindi. Wala siya
lang. Sila lang.
Sila lang.
At saka, go ahead.
Napaka-importante talaga kasi pag may conditioning coach din talaga. Kasi yun naman sa mga fighters kasi yung timbang talaga isa sa napaka-challenging na stage.
At saka po maganda po si Sir Cuadro Alas humiwalay. Kasi dati po sa team sila nila MP, marami silang champion, maraming boxer doon. Ngayon po, humiwalay siya, nakafocus lang siya sa sarili niya. Buong team nakafocus sa kanya. Compare mo sa dati, puro daming boxer sa stable nila, MP Promotions. Siguro 5 yata po, di ba? Maaring maraming inaasikaso. Pero ngayon, si Cuadro Alas nag-solo, bagay yung team Cuadro Alas, nakafocus sa kanya. Which is okay po, di ba?
Saka naman, siyempre, lahat naman ng tao may rights naman talagang mag-try din sa ibang management. Parang trabaho lang din. Try natin kung mayroong bang improvement sa iba, malay natin, di ba? So, siguro wala namang mali doon sa pag-transfer niya ng ibang management. For me.
At saka bilang Pilipino, dapat patunayan natin, kaya natin tumayo mag-isa. Di ba? Kaya natin i-manage yung career natin mag-isa. Kasi alam ko, maraming magaling na Pilipino din .
Marami.
Kaya natin tumayo mag-isa. Patunayan natin.
Marami talaga mga world class na mga fighters natin. So yung iba lang talaga is hindi lang na-handle ng maayos. Dahil nga sa boxing is talagang politics talagang hindi lang talaga na-handle ng maayos. Lalo pagka Filipino fighter ka. So talagang ang magiging papel natin dito is babantayan talaga natin yung mga fighters natin na maging maayos yung kanilang journey. Yes.
Ito pong pwede maging scenario. Example, laban ni Casimiro, laban kay Butler. Matalo ni Casimiro si Butler. Posible, bago mag-unification match, sa power ni Sean Gibbons, pwedeng Casimiro versus Jonas Sultan muna. Bago si unification. Tingin nyo posible po yun? Intercontinental champion si Jonas Baka sa power ni Sean Gibbons, subukan muna si Casimiro doon. Bago unification. Tingin
sa akin naman,
hindi na, malabo na. Pabalik na yun. Oo, pabalik na yun masyado na yun. Diretso na yan. Either Donaire or either Naoya. Kasi, bakit Sultan? Kasi masyadong parang bumakward kay. Parang kumbaga sa Rango is parang na-demonetize.
Na-demote. Pero narinig ko po, bago ang unification fight, dapat may dalawang title defense muna si Casimiro bago unification. Yun po yung pagkarinig ko, pero baka mali ako. Muna si Butler, pangalawa, sino kaya pangalawa? Yun po pagkarinig ko, pero baka mali ako.
Pero siyempre, alam naman natin yung bago humahawak ngayon kay Champ Casimero, hindi naman siguro papayag yung mga small lang events. Siyempre, hahanap niya ng mas malaki for him. Well, which is deserved naman talaga ni Champ Casimero na bigyan na talaga siya ng malaking laban.
Opo. Last question po, between sa tatlong champion, Donaire, Casimiro, Inoue, tingin nyo sinong pinakamagaling doon? Sa tatlong yun. Pinaka-skilled.
Puro magaling.
Puro paras magaling eh. Sa bantamweight talaga, dito talaga sa bantamweight division, medyo andito yung mga halimaw eh. Kaya mahirap din talagang i-predict. Sige, tingnan natin si Sir Nembel. Yes.
Alis na po ako. Salamat po sa opportunity. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat din sa pagbisita ng aming West and East Duo na show.
Thank you po.
Partner, baka meron pang gustong sa mga manonood natin bago tayo magtapos, bago tayo mabot ng 4 hours, meron pang interesadong umakyat.
Sige, akyat kayo. Sino pa ba?
Para habang nandito pa si Sir Stephen.
Wala na, bumaba na.
Wala na ba si Sir Stephen?
Si Kuya Coach, ano masasabi ni Kuya Coach? Ang galing ng mga tanong ni Kuya Coach kanina eh. Thank you so much, Coach.
Bago batin lang ako, bago magsalitain si Coach. No? Actually guys, si Coach, kung sa mga normal na tao guys, kung nami-misinterpret si Coach is sa mga magaling na atleta. Kasi kung makikita nyo kabataan ni Coach, during high school and college niyan, super athlete na yan ng mga university na hindi natin katulad. Ngayon, habang nagkakaedad si Coach, nakikita nyo, nagiging coach na siya. And yung kanyang mga napupuntahan, kung makikita ninyo, kung pag-aaralan ninyo, grabe din yung mga nasamahan ni Coach at mga pinagtrabahuan niya. Tingnan nyo guys, kung ito ay hindi magaling na tao. So, huwag nyo siyang kanina may nakikita kasi akong nambabas kayo kay Coach eh. Diba? Huwag nyo siyang i-judge. Kasi kung may diferensya man dun sa lingwahe ni Coach, magparaya tayo kasi tayo Pilipino, no? So, tingnan nyo yung mga narating ni Coach. Kayo ba o yung tatay ba ninyo, pag nakita nyo sa edad ni Coach, at ganun pa rin ba ka-healthy, na lumalangoy, nagbabike, at nag-still, nagmamarathon ng matagal? Achievement yan po. Achievement po yan. Hindi po lahat ng athlete ay magiging katulad ni Coach. Si Coach, na-maintain niya yan from young age niya until sa age niya na yan. Very inspiring po ang kanyang yung mga binabato po niya mga questions kanina, through experience and through knowledge na po yan. Wisdom na po yan. Kaya na po mag-create ni Coach ng kanyang sariling strength and conditioning kung gugustuhin po ninyo. So, wag po natin siya i-discredit sa mga sinasabi niya. Siya po isang
Actually, there was no language barrier earlier. Naintindihan naman ni Coach Macias yung tanong ni Coach. Ni Coach naintindihan naman.
Yun yung napansin ko eh. So, bigyan ko lang talaga ng
follow up ko rin. Dugtungan ko lang yung sinasabi mo, Bro Warren, talagang agree ako dun sa sinabi mo. Kasi si Coach Ricky, nakikita niyo lang dito sa LS niya na parang patawa-tawa lang. Pero pagka mo siya, kikilalanin niyo si Coach po. Grabe po kayong kanyang mga achievements po. Na talagang mapapawaw kayo sa edad niya, sa mga nakakasalamuhan niyang tao, sa mga narating niya bilang isang coach. Hindi po basta-basta si Coach Ricky, mga kadigma. Mukhang patawa-tawa lang siya dyan, pero grabe pong respeto na binibigay namin po sa kanya. Dahil iba yung kanyang nararating. Sobrang layo. Kumbaga, master to eh. Kumbaga, ito yung master guro pagdating sa mga
body mechanics.
Isipin mo, sumasali pa siya sa mga Iron Fist, no? Sa edad niya na ganyan. Kumbaga, ako nga medyo bata pa ako, nararamdaman ko na yung medyo mahina na yung hindi ganun kalakas yung katawan ko eh. Pero si Coach Ricky, sobrang lakas.
Sumasali pa siya at nakakakuha pa siya ng medal. Imagine
tumakot pa ng medalya. Kaya sana, ibigay natin yung respeto kay Kuya Coach, no? Kasi bilang isang elder din, So kailangan talaga natin siyang irespeto. At saka yung knowledge niya sobrang lawak mga kadigma. Siguro may kunting ano man sa language barrier ba sa para sa inyo. Para sa akin wala naman ako nakitang problema eh. Magaling naman talaga si coach eh. Wala akong nakitang problema eh. Dahil lang siguro nakikita ko lang medyo cool kasi si Coach Ricky. Kumaga parang barkada lang pagdating sa LS niya. Pero wag tayong mag-focus doon. Siyempre, ano pa rin natin yung pagre-respeto natin sa kanya. Kasi sobrang taas po yung respeto namin kay Kuya Coach Ricky dahil grabe yung kanyang achievement sa buhay. Sobrang taas din po talaga. Kaya yun lang yung masasabi ko sa inyo
Yung
mga
mga questions
kadigma.
niya kanina bro, mga related naman sa topic.
Sobrang galing na-impress nga si ano eh si Coach Macias eh.
Macias.
Macias. Macias.
Alam niya yung
batin lang mga papi. Batin lang. Meron isang pinredict si coach na laban sa Battle of YouTuber. May pinredict si coach. And everybody is laughing. And everybody laughing sa pinredict niya. And then all along nung lumabas yung pagkatapos ng laban, kita natin lahat yung anong nangyari. Ganun kagaling. Tayo hindi natin nakita yun pero si coach lang nakakita nun. Tandaan nyo ha. Kaya ako
siguro ang kay Kuya Coach kan siguro ang nakikita kasi nila kay Kuya Coach yung pag-deliver ng paghanay ng mga hindi siguro ganoon ka kasi pagalingan talaga kasi yan eh. Ako nga hindi rin ako magaling eh pag constructive pagdating sa public speaking, hindi rin ako ganoon kagaling talaga. So mag-focus kayo dun sa mga ideas niya kasi talagang 100% accurate, talagang sure ball yung pagka si Kuya Coach yung nagsasabi. Kaya bilog din ako dito, mataas yung respeto ko dito.
Coach Ricky, yung Gcash ko, mamaya ko na ilalapag.
Walang Gcash dito, Sir Noel.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Totoo yan. Totoo yan, Kuya Coach. Talagang yan. Nasa puso talaga. Nasa puso ko yan talaga. Magaling ka naman talaga. Love na love ko yan si Kuya Coach.
Kaya sa pagmamahal ko kay Kuya Coach, nakita ko yung determination niya sa sports, lalo na sa boxing. I just bought an Oakley sunglasses for cycling. Tinanong ko si Coach kung kumusta yung kanyang cycling sunglasses. Ang sabi niya, sira na nga eh. O sabi ko, 2 days ko pa lang ito nabibili. O ayan na, suot na niya.
Thank you, Sir Noel. Actually, ang dami ko sanang question kanina. Sa simula pa lang, may mga lista na ako. Puro na answer. Yung mga tinanong ko sana, wala, lahat. Detailed yung ni
ang galing niya sumagot. Talagang
naghanap na lang ako ng question na kasi naghanap na lang ako ng question na experience ko kasi yun na lang talaga pwede naman ma-i-apply yun kay Cham. Hindi ko na lang in-detail. Pero detailed pa rin yung answer niya. Tapos magaganda sana yung mga question mga tanong din ni sino yun, Bobby G? Gusto kong ipasok yun kasi maganda talaga yung mga niya pag-conditioning talaga yung nakita ko. Kaso nawala na yung iba, pabalik-balik. Yung sa akin na lang, kita ko yung last niya na sabi ko, parang kagaya to sa question ko. Kaya naitanong ko yung about kasi mostly talaga, ako palagi akong hamstring pull muscles talaga. Palagi ko yung ma-feel pag tight na masyado yung legs ko.
Pwede nga matanong Kuya Coach, if you don't mind, ilang taon na po kayo ngayon? Kasi sobrang lakas nyo po talaga eh.
69.
69?
69 ka na, Coach?
Opo.
Ang bira.
Hindi ka mukhang 69 na. Para ka lang 68.
Wala.
Hindi. Ang kinis pa ng balat, ha?
Para ka lang 68, Coach, ha?
Ang lakas pa ng
grabe, no? Grabe,
di ba? Grabe sa inyo eh.
Grabe, no?
Na-maintain
niya yan. Disiplina, no?
Ilan
yung native na mini-maintain mo, Coach?
Palauto pa rin.
Galing.
Galing eh.
Dalawa na lang.
Kita mo, kaya talaga.
Iba talaga.
Iba rin talaga nagagawa ng may native, no?
59,
galing, no?
59 ha? Ano nyo lang, 59 yan si Coach, 59. Lalaki
Hindi,
69. Oo. Favorite position niya lang yun, 69.
Kala ko 69 eh. Favorite position pala niya is
Position niya
69. Oh, kaya sabi ko hindi siya mukhang 69 ha. Mukhang 68 lang.
Anyway,
Di ba?
Last message na siguro tayo, no? Para magpaalam na tayo sa ating mga kadigma.
Wala na bang wala bang aakyat diyan sa sa baba?
Walang umakyat eh.
Ako,
sige.
gusto ko sana ma-invite si Sir RM eh. Matagal ko na tong idol na
RM.
Nandiyan si Sir RM ah. Nandiyan si Sir RM.
Sir RM, kahit avatar ka na lang. Marinig lang namin yung boses mo.
Akyat ka saglit.
Oo.
Boses lang.
Sir
Hindi ka
RM.
na magpakita.
Oo, Sir RM. Ito TUC time pa to eh. Si Sir RM eh.
Saglit, para na rin, maya mag-work na rin din kasi ako eh. Kaya
Hindi natin si Sir RM.
Hindi nyo nakita.
Sino?
Pakakasalan ko pa si Kuya Coach Ricky. Payag po ba kayo? Pakasalan ka daw, Kuya Coach.
Aray ko.
Sana all.
Sino
Ikaw na nililigawan.
Sinong papakasal?
Ayan umakyat si Mami Grace papakasalan daw niya.
Ayo, si Mami Divine.
May mangyayari. Pwede.
Ay, Mami.
Kasi sobrang po seryoso. Ang ganda po ng naging resulta ng kay Chad Macias. Talagang I'm so impressed. Pwede po akong makinig all day long. Napakaganda po ng kanyang very scientific po talaga siya.
Kaya magaling talaga.
Mahusay po talaga.
Ang swerte natin na binigyan tayo ng free education about sa sa conditioning yan.
Iyan po talaga yung nakita ko sa kanya na bakit nga po talaga kinuha niya si Cham Cuadro Alas kasi bilang scientist po siya, gusto niya pong matuklasan kung anong meron ng ating Cham. Iyan po yung talagang the very first pong sabi ko, libre kasi po yan, malalagay po yan sa kanyang mga resume kind of thing na natuklasan niya kung anong meron po ang ating Cham. Yan po yan.
Yan. So, shoutout sa lahat. Siguro na tayo, no? Last message na lang po siguro tayo, partner, no? Para sa lahat.
Kasi 2:00 pa akong gising dito eh. So,
Kaya,
thank you so much, guys. No?
Unahin natin si Mami Grace para sa masabi niya sa mga viewers
Mami
natin.
Divine.
Ayan po, nagpapasalamat po ako kasi nung ako pimapunta sa tropa nyo, ako po ay plano ko na rin mag-step back po sa aking YTLS kasi hindi naman po talaga ito yung buhay ko. I have to prioritize and then dahil nga po kayo nakasama ko, nag-enjoy po talaga ako ng katakot-takot kasi it's all about boxing plus all those hypes.
Wow.
Di po
Galing.
ba? Dalawang ulit na po akong pumapasok doon sa mga na talaga namang kakaiba po yung mga galawan. And then, ayan, pagdating naman po dito sa East and West do, talagang napakalupit.
West and East?
East and West do, na napakalupit.
West and East?
West and East do.
Opo.
Ayan. Una po pala yung West, para pong naman mga Los Angeles, tapos West and East, parang New York, Los Angeles, New York.
Yeah.
Ako naman po nasa Central, ayan po.
Okay
so,
po, nasa
very, very,
Midwest. Nasa
solid
Midwest kayo.
Solid na po to, na pagkukunan po talaga ng mga packs, ayan po. Buti po, sabi nga, malaking pasasalamat po tayo kay Kuya Stephen Lunas dahil sa kanya pong mga effort, nagkakaroon po tayo ng mga malulupit na mga guest at co-host na nakakapagbigay po ng mga packs na sagot. Ayan po yan.
Yan, maraming salamat sa iyo, Mami Grace. Bro, pulverizer. Last message, bro.
May message ko lang. I na-express ko na kanina ang gusto kong ma-express. Ang sa akin lang, bro, I'm just thankful for your show that you created with Kuya and Emil. Nabigyan mo talaga ng platform ang mga positive news na nangyayari sa sports natin, sa mga champions natin, nabigyan mo sila ng mga ah, boses para i-defend yung sarili na or at saka yung ano rin i-promote yung mga talent natin sa sa boxing at sa sa sports. At saka bro,
Yeah.
grabe bro, lumaki talaga yung channel mo bro. Hindi
Yeah.
unexpectedly. Well, ano naman talaga din gilingan mo naman talaga ng sobra-sobra rin ano mo rin show mo
Mm.
Bro, I'm
At
just happy for your show and Kuya Nimel. Thank you
yeah.
yung success niyo. Hopefully magpatuloy. At saka andito lang kami sumusuporta. At saka Team Casimero, I'm so happy for you, champ. My goodness, Kuya Stephen, thank you sa lahat
Yeah.
na ginawa mo sa Team Casimero. Napaka super grabe talagang galing. Saka champ,
Mm.
andito lang kami. Win the fight.
Thank you, bro. Thank you,
This
bro.
coming fight. Okay. Ano ba si Kuya Stephen?
Yeah. Oo, yeah. Dito.
idol ko yan Saka si
Yeah.
Champ Casimero.
Thank you,
Champ,
bro.
let's do your best, Champ. Sabi nga ni Coach Chad Macias hindi pa daw niya nakuha yung peak na performance. Pwede pa daw niyang palakasin si Casimero and I can't wait to witness that in my lifetime.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck sa magiging kalaban niya. And yun nga, maraming salamat sa napakagandang sinabi mo about sa West and East. Siyempre, dahil sa partner ko rin na si Sir Nimel Iparagiri na talagang hindi matatawaran bro yung kanyang galing pagdating sa pag-hosting din. Talagang perfect ano nga kami kung ano masasabi perfect tandem ika nga. Kaya kumbaga ano tawag doon partner yung ano, yung pinagtagpo. Yung
Pinagtagpo. No. Ano yun? Pinagtagpo pero tinadhana.
Yun, yung parang ganon.
Baka pinagtagpo at pinagtadhana.
Pinagtagpo at tinadhana.
Hindi po kasi yung iba.
Kasi yung kanta, pinagtagpo pero di tinadhana. Kami pinagtagpo pero tinadhana.
Kayo po'y pinagtagpo at pinagtadhana. Ayun.
Kaya nabuo yung show na West and East do para ito sa mga boxers din natin syempre na kailangan ng tulong namin. Nagkataon talagang yung tapang at buo ng loob ni Sir Nimel Parage and Sir Nimel, ipareho kami talaga pagdating sa pinaglalaban. So talagang flock together kami ika nga. Warren DJ, last message for kadigma natin yung mga viewers natin na talagang nandyan.
Ngayon ng araw na to, there is a food for the soul, food for the ang health natin, and then yung food para sa mga strength and conditioning na bagong scientific approach, no. So kung titingnan nyo, free ito lahat na nakita natin ngayon at narinig. So maraming salamat talaga doon sa new knowledge. Always yan, dapat lagi tayo doon sa magsa-side doon sa new things na sa buhay natin, i-apply natin. Maraming salamat.
Ayun.
And shout out din.
Maganda rin po yung message po ng ating Kuya Jerry Marcial. Ayan.
Yeah, yan. Yan po yung sabi niya. Shout out po sa iyo, Sir Jerry Marcial po, no. Open message po sa mga coach and trainer. Yan, maraming salamat. And bago po natin ibigay kay Sir Stephen yung last message, gusto ko lang pasalamatan din yung mga nagbigay po ng natin pakulay sa araw na to. Si Seth Ragubar ba? Maraming salamat sa iyo, Seth. Thanks all of you guys for the very informative show from New Zealand. Yan, mabuhay po kayo, kadigma. Maraming salamat sa inyo. And sino pa ba yung next? Kuya Coach Ricky, yeah, you're next. Last message para sa mga kadigma natin.
Para sa akin, para sa mga personal trainer, conditioning coach, or ano man ang tawag sa inyo, kasi yung old talaga maganda talaga yung yung mga old school natin na training, pero andito na tayo sa scientific kailangan na nating mag-level up. Sana sundin nyo, tama yung ginawa ni Sir Jerry, na tayo, sarado na tayo ng mga piece ng old school training, punta tayo sa scientific. Yun na lang po.
Saka
Yung
Yeah.
ano pala, ito pa, yung kung gusto niyo tumulong kasi may plano kami talagang mag sa tubol promotion, kailangan naming promote ng isang isang event ng mga at least six pair of fighter siguro ang maano namin. Kung gusto niyo tumulong, lang kayo, mag-reach out lang kayo kina Polvo, kina Tigris, kina Mr. Nimwell, sa akin, kay Coach Bigwas General, kay Ma'am Batsiba, kung sino-sinong mga natin sa tubol. Sana mag-reach out kayo doon kung gusto niyo tumulong. Kailangan din namin ng tulong doon. Salamat.
Yeah. Si Bro Warren, okay na si Bro Warren, no? Sino pa ba yung next?
Kuya Stephen. Kuya Stephen.
Yeah. Si Bro Warren, hindi pa ata.
Tapos na. Si Kuya Stephen na lang.
Yes, Sir
Okay,
Stephen.
Nagpapasalamat lang ako kay sa inyong lahat na sumusuporta dito sa West and East Do. Lalo-lalo na of course sa ating speaker ngayon, itong dalawang magigiting nating speaker sa West and East Do, si Mandirigma at saka si Kuya Nemuel. At saka sa lahat ng nasa baba na nakinig, maraming salamat sa inyo na nagsubaybay kayo sa show na ito. At of course, thank you for Coach Chad Macias. Hopefully this will not be the last one. Kay Diego, thank you very much sa pagiging guest, kay Ma'am Ray. Saka sa lahat ng taga-suporta ni Cuadro Alas, maraming salamat po sa inyo. Walang sawang pagsuporta sa kanya. Thank you very much. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Sir Stephen. Partner.
Okay. So again guys, thank you so much sa lahat po ng nanood dito. Nabigyan naman tayo ng panibagong kaalaman libre na ipinigay sa atin ni Coach Chad Macias. At we're very thankful sa lahat din po na nakasama natin dito sa panel. At we're looking forward po na makita po kayo muli sa susunod po naming LS. At mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Yan. Maraming salamat, partner. Ako naman yung last message ko sa inyo. Unang-una, maraming salamat sa mga kadigma natin na talagang walang sawang sumusubaybay sa amin at sumuporta. At lalong-lalo na sa ating pambato na si Cuadro Alas, si Chap Casemiro. At also suportahan din po natin yung ating isa pang champion na si Chap Nonito Donaire po na may laban din po this year. No? Sana namin very soon. Sasabihin din namin kung ano yung schedule kung kailan. Suportahan din po natin kasi talagang yung West and East Do is talagang lahat ng mga champions, lahat ng mga boxers na nangangailangan ng tulong sa atin, pati yung mga promotion or sino pa ba na basta gustong magpatulong sa amin is open po yung West and East Do para po sa inyo. At nagpapasalamat din ako kay Coach Chad Macias sa napakagandang mga binibigay niyang libre na educate po tayo about sa conditioning ng ating mga atleta. And also, kay Boss Jigo, maraming salamat sa iyo. Bro Jigs, talagang number 1 ka. The best ka, talagang nandiyan ka palagi para sumuporta. Kay Mandirigma, kay sa West and East Do, dito sa show natin, talagang maraming salamat sa pagsuporta. And also kay Miss Ray na ganyan, nandiyan din lagi. Talagang kahit na, alam ko kanina, nasa nasa labas siya, pero talagang umakyat siya at nagbigay ng kanyang question. Kaya mga kadigma, abangan niyo rin po next LS po namin si Coach Manny Melchor at si Coach Jason po. Hindi ko pa alam kung ipagsabay ko yung dalawang coach or talagang isa-isa sila. We'll see po kung pwede natin ipagsabay yung dalawa or dalawang LS yung gagawin ko. We'll see po. Basta abangan niyo po 'yon. And possible po, sabi nga ni Sir Stephen kanina, baka in the future pwede nating ma-interview si Mr. Igis Climas and also yung mga boxers niya na alam ko naman na kilala nyo, sila Osik po at saka sila Lumachenko po. At yun nga po, sila Coach Ricky, maraming salamat sa pag-akyat. Warren DJ, lahat ng mga kakilala ko pa dyan, sila The Underground Cultures, Papi Sayon, maraming salamat sa iyo. Dito lang yan po, mag-tune in lang po kayo dito sa Western East Do po, dito lang yan sa Mandirigma 80. Adios.